of EIR on the British Empire. The first in October 1994, the coming fall of the House of Windsor. The second in May 1996, the sun never sets on the British Empire. And then just within the past few weeks, August 22nd, 1997, issue of EIR, Britain's Invisible Empire unleashes the dogs of war. And the panel today will take up and elaborate and continue this. Now, to show the sort of thing that makes this necessary to do, picking up the Richmond Times-Dispatch today, the front page of the commentary section has a column by Irving Kristol called U.S. Assumes Role as Imperial World Leader. And the theme of this article is that Europe has defaulted. Europe is no longer interested in its traditional role in the world, and therefore it has fallen upon the U.S. to take up the imperial mantle. That Europe today, as Irving Kristol puts it, Europe today has no ambitions beyond preserving its welfare state, so it really now is up to the U.S. Europe is now a protectorate of the U.S. Europe is withdrawing as an independent force in world affairs, and the mantle is now falling on the United States. And then he particularly elaborates that this is the case for Latin America. This is where you see, in particular, the new American imperium in the making. So I think, as someone near and dear to us might say, today we will take the British Invisible Empire and make it crystal clear. So this afternoon's panel, Britain's Invisible Empire Wages Global War, will be kicked off by Jeff Steinberg, the counterintelligence editor of EIR. Jeff will be followed by Linda de Hoyos, the Asia and Africa Intelligence Director of EIR, and Dennis Small, EIR's Intelligence Director for Ibero-America. And in the panel, the final speaker on the panel will be Tony Chaikin, Anton Chaikin, EIR's history editor. Jeff will speak by himself, so to speak. Linda and Dennis will speak simultaneously, I'm told. And Tony Chaikin will speak in tongues.
We're at war. In the past 24 hours, we've probably seen the most recent high-level political assassination in that war. Perhaps not the last, certainly not the first. At stake is the very survival of the nation-state system and every achievement of modern civilization that we cherish. If the enemy has its way, 80% of the human race will be wiped out under the most hideous of circumstances over the next several generations. And to the extent that the human race survives at all, if we lose, it will be a humanity of barely a few 100 million people at most that crawls up out of the rubble, takes a measure of its past follies, and casts off the axiomatic assumptions and policies that led to its near self-destruction. No matter how awesome and frightening the stakes, this is a war that we can win with relative ease, but only if we conduct a mobilization of resources like none that has been seen since President Roosevelt mobilized the nation for war of annihilation against that British tool Adolf Hitler. The greatest challenge that we face is that for the vast majority of Americans, the real enemy remains invisible. Nevertheless, this is a shooting war, and the casualties are mounting at a staggering rate. In the Great Lakes region of Africa, since April 1994, literally millions of people, mostly civilians, have been slaughtered. And many million more have been driven from their homes and villages either into death camps or into equally certain death in forests where they're roaming around without food, being hunted down like animals and killed. In Ibero-America, decades of low-intensity war waged by narco-terrorist gangs and drug cartel mercenary armies, bankrolled by hundreds of billions of dollars in drug money, has claimed tens of thousands of lives already. Leading resistance fighters against these narco-insurgencies, some of the leading nationalists and patriots of the continent, have paid with their lives in each country, especially Colombia and Mexico. In the United States, there have already been acts of brutal aggression, blind terrorist acts, most notably the World Trade Center and Oklahoma City bombings. The current President of the United States has been the target of at least 17 publicly acknowledged physical attacks or planned assassination attempts. At one point in 1994 and 1995, scarcely a week went by without either a shooting incident or a kamikaze plane crashing into the back lawn of the White House. Yet the enemy, through a billion-dollar propaganda effort, has brainwashed a large number of Americans into believing that the enemy lives in Washington at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and that it's time to dismantle our cherished constitutional republic. We're not talking here about a fictional, futuristic scenario penned by H.G. Wells or Aldous Huxley. This is the world we live in today. And whether or not the majority of your friends and neighbors try to escape into the virtual reality of Hollywood, MTV, the 700 Club, the Internet, drugs, or Armageddonism, the real bullets are continuing to fly. The enemy I am referring to has a command center. It's located in London. The enemy has a name, the British Empire. London today is the center of world terrorism. 9 governments have publicly gone on the record demanding that the British government stop its sponsorship and harboring of international terrorism. Yet nothing has been done about it, and you have not read a word about it in the American media. London is the headquarters of the $521 billion a year illegal drug business, which we long ago labeled Dope Incorporated. Despite this, most of your neighbors, and even some of you here in this room, scoff at the idea that the British Empire any longer exists except as a museum piece or a tourist attraction. Some of you who know better bow to pressure from your brainwashed friends and neighbors as the enemy marches on. Well, the good news is that we're going to take the next 2-3 hours today to help you solve at least some of the difficulties that you're having in mobilizing your friends and neighbors to this fight. We're going to examine in some depth the 3 faces of the British imperial enemy. And then my co-speakers are going to give you an in-depth picture of how that enemy is presently deployed against Africa, against Ibero-America, and against the United States. This is not to say that this enemy has abandoned Asia, is ignoring China. We're simply going to give you 3 examples that I think in rather graphic detail will make the case very clearly. First, we're going to look at the visible empire, the formal structure of the British monarchy and the British Commonwealth, which today occupies nearly 24% of the world's land area and controls over 29% of the entire world population, over 1.6 billion people. The British Commonwealth, as it's pleased to announce in its own propaganda, is the second largest world government agency today, second only to the United Nations, which it in fact dominates. It is also the fastest growing World Federalist Organization in the world today. Secondly, we're going to delve deeper. We're going to explore the real seat of power, what we will refer to as the invisible empire. The invisible empire subsumes the monarchy and the Commonwealth. It also includes the Club of the Isles, which is the successor agency to the old British East India Company, which today controls the vast majority of the strategic raw material wealth, the financial structures, especially the offshore illegal financial structures, and the food supplies of this planet. Two Club of the Isles corporations alone, Rio Tinto and Anglo American, as of 1996, owned 48% of the world's diamond supply, 25% of the world's gold supply, 45% of the platinum, 10% of the iron ore, and 12% of the copper reserves. And in the past year, they have been on a buying and stealing binge unprecedented in history. So these figures themselves are now highly understated. The club deploys armies of mercenaries, private death squads, to defend their so-called commercial interests. In some parts of the world, these private bands of modern-day pirates and hired guns outnumber and outgun the armed forces of the nations that they've invaded. In Africa today, the Club of the Isles raw material cartels are moving in a replay of the British East India Company's conquest of India to wipe out whole nation states off of the map and replace them with commercial administrations secured by private armies made up of so-called retired commandos from Britain, South Africa, Rhodesia, Australia, and sadly in some cases from the United States, recruited from retirees in our own military. The Club of the Isles is made up of 3,000 to 5,000 oligarchs, members of the families, a collection of landed and now predominantly financial oligarchical bloodlines that in some instances trace their lineage back to the serene Republic of Venice and even to the Imperial Roman Empire. They are integral to the visible empire. They form an interlocking directorate of corporations, banks, think tanks, tax-exempt fondi, intelligence services, the entire leadership of the environmental organizations worldwide, and other semi-official and official agencies of the British Crown. This is the power behind the throne. The Queen, with all of her prerogative powers, in effect, serves at the pleasure of the invisible empire, this club apparatus, the financial oligarchy. In recent years, as the House of Windsor degenerated into the world's most notorious dysfunctional family and became the brunt of worldwide soap opera media coverage, some factions of the Club of the Isles contemplated the overthrow of the Merry Windsors. It's not the first time that the financial oligarchy in London has contemplated regicide. For the time being, at least, they've decided not to go in that direction. For the time being, the formal structures of the empire are very much to their choosing, and instead they effected a soap opera shift of a different kind. They dumped the pathetic John Major and replaced him with Tony Blair in order to give the soap opera fans something to really cry about. The third phase of this British imperium is what we call the empire of the mind. This is the most deceptive and, in a sense, the most powerful weapon in the British arsenal. Most of the so-called real feelings, their underlying axioms and values that most people share today, are shaped by a psychological warfare machine headquartered in London. It's the most powerful and efficient propaganda ministry the world has ever seen. Its mission, first and foremost, to destroy the most fundamental idea of Platonic Christian civilization, that man is in the living image of God. Secondly, to achieve that through the spread of cultural pessimism, through drugs, through the fostering of irrationalist cults, and through terrorism aimed at producing mass shock trauma. While for years we've identified the role of such agencies as the Quatuor Coronati Lodge of British Freemasonry, the Tavistock Institute, the Frankfurt School, in spreading this disease of cultural pessimism and irrationalism, today we're going to focus on a different facet of this ministry of propaganda and brainwashing, the Church of England. We will discover in the concluding presentation of this panel that the Church of England spawned irrationalist movements like British Israelism and Gaiaism are thriving in the heartland of the United States side by side. One, the semi-official pagan religion of the militias, the other, the semi-official pagan religion of the environmental movement. Taken together, these two tentacles of the same British psychological warfare machinery are the wellspring for every form of low-intensity warfare currently unleashed to achieve the destruction of the United States. Without a clear recognition of this problem, there is no agency of the U.S. government that is capable of effectively defending the national security interests of the United States, even on the home front. So having given you a brief outline of what we're going to be covering over the next several hours, let's take up the first of the three faces of the British Imperium today, the visible empire, the formal structure of the British Crown today. The British Empire has no written constitution. It is an oligarchy, pure and simple, modeled explicitly on the Venetian Doge system. The British monarch is at once the head of the Church of England, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and the head of the Commonwealth. She rules through a series of prerogative powers. She alone has the authority to declare war. She alone appoints all of the military commanders and officers of land, sea, and air. The Queen can dissolve Parliament without cause and can similarly dismiss the Prime Minister on a moment's notice. She appoints all judges and magistrates. She appoints the Archbishop of Canterbury and all of the senior bishops of the Church of England. The Queen can initiate criminal proceedings, and she alone can issue a pardon. The principal instrument for this unchecked concentration of power is the Privy Council, a body of approximately 400 prominent individuals appointed for life by the monarch. The term privy refers to the royal potty, the royal commode, and is a reference to the fact that in earlier periods there were only a very small select number of key advisors who were allowed into the inner sanctums of the monarch. So perhaps we ought to use some sanitary measures and flush the whole thing down the drain. The Privy Council consists of the leading members of the royal family, the Archbishop of Canterbury, other leading members of the Anglican Communion, peers from the House of Lords, the Prime Minister, the Law Lords, all cabinet officers, leaders of the loyal opposition in Parliament, and prominent individuals from the City of London. In other words, the leading representatives of the commercial interests that we've labeled the Club of the Isles. 4 out of 5 members of the House of Lords are hereditary lords. They inherited their positions. So in recent years, with the baby boomer generation coming into power, you've got a phenomenon of many members of the House of Lords coming forward to advocate legalization of drugs, and they themselves are notorious drug addicts. Since the Judicial Committee Act of 1833, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, an even smaller body, again handpicked by the monarch, has functioned as a secret Supreme Court for the entire empire, the ultimate court of appeals. Rulings of this court are not made public, but are submitted in the form of advice to Her Majesty. To this day, most member countries of the British Commonwealth accept voluntarily the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council as their own Supreme Courts of last resort. Now, the Queen today is the sovereign of 16 countries and 21 dependent territories, including the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Many of the smaller nations and dependencies, like the Bahamas, Jamaica, and the Cayman Islands, are notorious as drug money laundering centers. In most of these locations, the Queen rules through a Governor General whom she appoints and through a local Privy Council modeled on the Privy Council in London. Since the time of King Henry VIII, the British monarch has also been the self-proclaimed Pontifex Maximus, the head of the Church of England and the entire Anglican Communion, meaning both the high and the low-down churches. The Archbishop of Canterbury, as the Queen's Primer Inter Pares, heads the Anglican Communion, which is made up of over 40 separate churches around the world, principally inside the British Commonwealth. So, just as the 53 members of the British Commonwealth constitute the largest voting bloc inside the United Nations General Assembly, inside the Organization for African Unity, inside the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, the Anglican Communion constitutes the largest voting bloc within clerical bodies like the World Council of Churches, which we'll hear a lot more about later this afternoon. By now it should be dawning on you that the so-called British government is a little bit of a hoax, a fraud, a powerless piece of living theater which follows the order of the Crown or is replaced on a whim. As head of the loyal opposition, for example, the current Prime Minister, Tony Blair, was inducted into the Privy Council in July of 1994, taking an oath of loyalty to the Crown and sharing a backbench with his predecessor, John Major. If you need any further convincing about the irrelevancy of the British government today, I can only suggest that you turn on your TV at midnight on a Sunday, turn to C-SPAN, and watch the weekly appearance of the Prime Minister before the House of Commons. It's a poor imitation of the Gong Show. But our picture of the visible empire is hardly complete. Beyond the 16 countries and 21 dependencies where Queen Elizabeth II is sovereign, we have the British Commonwealth. The British Commonwealth, headed by the British monarch, is today made up of the 16 countries and 21 dependencies where the Queen is sovereign, and an additional 37 countries where Queen Elizabeth II is not the sovereign. The 53 countries of the Commonwealth, as I mentioned earlier, have more than 1.6 billion people, 6 times the population of the United States. The Commonwealth includes such, quote, former British colonies as India, Pakistan, South Africa, Kenya, Uganda, which we've already heard a great deal about today and yesterday, Sierra Leone, Zimbabwe, formerly Rhodesia, Bangladesh, Brunei, Singapore, and Malaysia. Recently, Mozambique, a former Portuguese colony, has been granted membership in the British Commonwealth. Another former Portuguese colony, Angola, has formally applied and is simply awaiting final word of its membership. Already the Palestinian Authority has indicated that it will formally apply for membership as soon as it achieves nation-state status, and last week an invitation, in fairness, was extended to Israel. Now, obviously, as Lynn discussed yesterday, a number of the countries that are absolutely pivotal to the implementation of the land bridge, such as India and Pakistan, are members of the British Commonwealth. This is problematic, yet there is still a significant possibility in these countries of breaking free from the influences of the British monarchy through the Commonwealth structure and functioning as a genuine independent sovereign nation state participating fully in the land bridge. I think this gives you an idea why it is that the complete annihilation of the British Empire is synonymous with our successful implementation of these policies. The Commonwealth organization is administered out of, appropriately, Marlborough House, that's the Churchill family, in London, which is the seat of the Commonwealth Secretariat. It has its own diplomatic corps made up of 400 diplomatic officials, representatives of all of the member nations. The British Commonwealth is a kind of mini United Nations unto itself. In fact, recently the Commonwealth requested and was granted NGO status with the United Nations. Under the Commonwealth Secretariat, there are 7 permanent councils, corporations, funds, organizations that operate in all of the member countries. These are the Commonwealth Development Corporation, the Commonwealth Fund for Technical Cooperation, the British Council, which, by the way, is the British Empire's equivalent of Project Democracy, but they take their roles a little bit more seriously. They have offices in 400 cities in 100 countries around the world. The Commonwealth Institute, the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization, the Commonwealth Science Council, and the Commonwealth Foundation, which is a funding mechanism that doles out money to more than 200 non-governmental organizations, most of which could be properly described as terrorist gangs. The Commonwealth Secretariat additionally directs 27 other associations that I won't bother to name here. The formal business of the Commonwealth is conducted at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, which takes place every 2 years. It takes place later this year in Scotland. Now, if any of you have been unfortunate enough to read any of the documents published by the British Commonwealth, don't be fooled by their liberal use of terms like sovereignty, freedom, equality, and human rights. The idea for the British Commonwealth was not a phenomenon of the 1960s so-called winds of change. It was, in fact, a strategy of the British Empire initiated in 1839 to quell a revolt in Canada where there was a fear of a repeat of what happened in the United States with the American Revolution. It was formalized at the 1926 Imperial Conference, where the dominions, or quote, the independent self-governing colonies, were defined as autonomous communities within the British Empire, united by a common allegiance to the Crown and freely associated as members of the British Commonwealth of Nations, unquote. So from the very outset, the term Commonwealth was a cruel hoax simply referring to a more modern-day expression of the old empire. In 1931, the British Parliament passed the Statute of Westminster, granting Commonwealth status to Australia, Canada, the Irish Free State, now the Irish Republic, Newfoundland, New Zealand, and South Africa. The Irish Free State had the good sense to leave the Commonwealth, and to its credit, it's never looked back. Sudan, Yemen, Iraq, and Egypt are other countries that escaped the British yoke after suffering under colonial rule. Now, to secure continued domination over its vast colonial sphere, and to ensure that the ideas of the American Revolution were never allowed to spread to any other part of the British realm, the monarchy during the 19th century established 2 agencies, Crown Agents for the colonies and the Corps of Commissionaires. Crown Agents was founded in 1833 as an emanation of the Crown, apparently another reference to the Royal Commode, to administer the empire. From its founding through to 1996, when it was officially privatized, if you believe that, Crown Agents served as the arms brokers, the quartermasters, the paymasters, the private bankers for all of the British colonies. At a certain point in the 19th century, that numbered over 300 separate entities. They printed the coins, they purchased the weapons, they paid the colonial soldiers, they ran the customs houses, they secured the borders, they ran a worldwide commercial shipping fleet, and managed the private real estate portfolios of the leading figures within the empire. The transition from empire to Commonwealth has had virtually no impact on the functioning of Crown agents. To this day, as the privatized Crown Agents for Overseas Government and Administration, LTD, they serve as the agents for 150 governments and organizations. They manage the entire customs service and borders of Mozambique. Through a contract with the United Nations, they're in charge of all of the reconstruction procurement for Bosnia. So if anybody has any questions as to why nothing has happened, ask Crown agents. Through another UN contract, they feed all of the blue-helmeted peacekeepers in Angola and Bosnia. They administer $3 billion worth of projects, maintain a $1 billion asset management portfolio, and frankly, things would have been a lot more prosperous for Crown agents had they not run into a bit of trouble in the mid-1970s, when their speculation in the London commercial real estate markets blew up one of the first big secondary market bubbles and nearly bankrupted them. Fortunately, as an emanation of the Crown, the Exchequer bailed them out in full, a decade before the S&L bailouts here in the United States. The scandal also proved to be embarrassing in another way because it turned out that one of the business partners of Crown agents in these various real estate deals and other criminal enterprises was none other than Meyer Lansky. So if anybody has any questions about the relationship between organized crime and the British Crown, this should give a bit of an indication of the answer. Now, in its new private incarnation, Crown Agents is just as filthy as it was during the colonial period. All of the stock in the company is held by the Crown Agents Foundation, which is not surprisingly headed up by a Knight Grand Cross of the British Empire, a high-ranking member of one of the chivalric orders appointed by the Queen. The corporate members of the foundation are from the top echelons of the Privy Council and the Club of the Isles, including representatives of Barclays Bank, Standard & Chartered Bank, Unilever, which is an Anglo-Dutch joint venture, Tate & Lyle, the British Sugar Cartel, and the Royal Commonwealth Society, and Christian Aid, which is the official charity organization representing 40 British and Irish churches. Dennis will have some things to say about that organization later this afternoon. Transparency International, a non-government organization founded by the British royal consort Prince Philip to, quote, combat government corruption, if you can believe that, holds a seat on the board of Crown Agents Foundation, and in turn the managing director of Crown Agents, P.F. Berry, is on the advisory board of Transparency International. It's all very incestuous. The other Crown emanation launched during the 19th century was the Corps of Commissionaires, which to this day serves as the central hiring hall and coordinating agency for all, quote, retired British commandos, SAS members, soldiers, police, etc. The Corps was founded in 1859, ostensibly to provide jobs for British soldiers demobilized at the end of the Crimean War. Initially, these former military men were hired as uniformed security guards at all of the prominent institutions of the City of London. But soon, Corps of Commissionaires were set up in Australia, Canada, East Africa, New Zealand, and South Africa to service a very large number of British military personnel who had been relocated to the colonies as guarantors of London's permanent control. Today, the Canadian Corps of Commissionaires maintains a standing force of 13,000 retired military and police officials. In comparison, the entire Canadian Armed Force, which plays a prominent role in every United Nations Blue Helmet peacekeeping mission around the world, only has 20,000 soldiers. So, while other British and South African mercenary outfits like Sandline International, Executive Outcomes, Defense System Limited, and Control Risks misrepresent themselves as purely private sector outfits, drawing upon a pool of retired British SAS commandos, British, South African, Australian, and Canadian regular soldiers, the Corps of Commissionaires makes no such attempt to conceal its rigid formal ties to the British monarchy. A spokesman at Buckingham Palace confirmed that Queen Elizabeth, who is officially listed as the chief patron and the honorary chair of the Corps of Commissionaires for Britain, Canada, and Australia, serves in those capacities as part of her official duties as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. So the idea that any of these companies are private in the sense that people here in the United States think about the, quote, private sector is a complete hoax. The Corps of Commissionaires maintains the central roster of all British former servicemen, which is the labor pool which all of these other companies employ. So Crown Agency and the British Crown are the world's largest mercenary organization. This brings us to the invisible empire, which we've already identified with the Club of the Isles, the modern-day reincarnation of the old British East India Company. The only thing that differentiates the present-day club from the East India Company is the fact that the company, like Crown Agents and Corps of Commissionaires, was a Crown emanation, which was first granted a royal charter, which is to say a monopoly, by Queen Elizabeth I on New Year's Day in the year 1600. But in methodology and in the body count of the genocide carried out by this apparatus, the current Club of the Isles and the former British East India Company are indistinguishable. Just consider a little bit of the history of the company. During the first 20 years of the East India Company's rule over Bengal in the Indian subcontinent, according to its own official accounts, 10 million Indians died either of starvation or in battle against this British occupation, and the vast majority died of starvation. Though ostensibly a purely commercial venture representing the interests of a joint stock company of nominally private investors, the East India Company had its own army, which was larger, better armed, better paid, and better trained than the British colonial army. Its principal commercial venture at its peak of power was the production of opium, which it imposed on the population of China under force of arms, with the full backing of the Crown. The history of 2 opium wars in the 19th century attests to the intimate relationship between the company and the Crown. And the same exact thing can be said for today's opium war, which is being directed by the Club of the Isles and the British Crown against the United States and every other nation state on the face of the planet. So it is now perfectly appropriate for us to say, yes, indeed, the Queen of England is the world's biggest dope pusher. As you know, previously that was misquoted and misattributed as a slander, but some information has come out since 1982 that really buttresses the case beyond doubt. Not the least of which is the records of the royal apothecary during the period of Queen Victoria, who spent the last 20 years of her reign in psychedelic splendor on opium and cocaine at Balmoral Castle. Now, the company, in the tradition of Venice, was administered by a 3-man secret committee, which represented the major financier oligarchy interests of the City of London. During most of the 18th and first half of the 19th century, this was the House of Baring. The British East India Company also established its own college, called Haileybury College, whose influence today is as profound and dominant as it was at the peak of the British East India Company in the 19th century. Who were the leading faculty of Haileybury College? Let's start out with Parson Thomas Malthus, the plagiarizer of the Venetian Gian Maria Ortez, who is today the godfather of the genocide lobby, the so-called zero population growth lobby. Adam Smith, whose Wealth of Nations was merely an apologia, a propaganda tract for the unchallenged power of the invisible hand of the British cartels, was also a leading member of the faculty of the East India Company College. Jeremy Bentham, the usurer and pedophile who attempted to reduce all human thought to the animal desire to seek pleasure and avoid pain, was another leading figure of the Haileybury College apparatus. And Bentham, as the chief agent of the chairman of the secret committee of the East India Company at the end of the 18th century, Lord Shelburne, trained another leading East India Company propagandist, James Mill, whose 7-volume History of India was a recipe book for fostering syncretic irrationalist cults in India to control the population. James Mill's son, John Stuart Mill, who was the tutor of the evil Lord Bertrand Russell, followed his father also into prominence at Haileybury College. So step back a second and look at the curriculum in the economics departments, in the sociology departments, in the psychology departments, and in the political science departments of every university here in the United States and in most countries around the world today, and you will find that the curriculum was written by the British East India Company, and to this day it goes unchallenged. Now, were the Club of the Isles to publish its own annual report, which, needless to say, they don't do, they would have identified Prince Philip as the Chief Operations Officer. In 1994, we at EIR took the liberty of publishing the annual report for them. Prince Philip is most well known as the founder and chief propagandist for the Death Lobby, otherwise known as the World Wildlife Fund or the Worldwide Fund for Nature, and as a prominent advocate of the reduction of the human population by 80% over the next several generations. In an August 1988 interview with the German press agency, Prince Philip betrayed both his occult religious beliefs and his murderous impulses by stating, quote, "In the event that I am reincarnated, I would like to return as a deadly virus in order to contribute something to solve overpopulation." Now, Prince Philip, in league with the former SS officer Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, created the World Wildlife Fund in 1961, which in turn has spawned 2 successive generations of eco-terrorist organizations, from Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, and Survival International, to such outright death squads as Earth First and the Animal Liberation Front. In the late 1960s, Prince Philip and Prince Bernhard launched the 1001 Club, which represents the closest approximation of a formal membership list of the Club of the Isles. Prior to the WWF, environmentalism, by the way, was purely a gentleman's sport. No sane human being, in other words, would have thought of considering themselves an environmentalist. Typical of the environmental organizations before 1961 and the beginning of the cultural paradigm shift were the London Zoological Society, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, the Royal Geographical Society, the Fauna and Flora Preservation Society, which was originally the Society for the Preservation of the Wild Fauna of the Empire, and the Nature Conservancy, which was dominated by people like Sir Julian Huxley and Sir Peter Scott. Still today, a review of the Directorate of the Worldwide Fund for Nature UK, headed by Prince Philip, and the membership in the 1001 Club, reveals a membership list that includes most of the top officials of such inner core Club of the Isles entities as the Bank of England, Barclays Bank, Royal Dutch Shell, National Westminster Bank, Imperial Chemical Industries, Rio Tinto, Anglo-American, De Beers, N.M. Rothschild, and the Hollinger Corporation's media cartel, whose flagship publication is the Sunday and Daily Telegraph. These companies represent actually one single tightly interlocked board of directors in which people from the board of one company are not only on the board of the WWF, have membership in the 1001 Club, but also are on the boards of 3 or 4 others of these entities. So this is a corporate financial oligarchy. It was this World Wildlife Fund apparatus that the EIR first exposed in 1994 as the architects of the mass genocide in the Great Lakes region of Africa. For all of those newspapers that in the last 6 months have begun publishing front-page photographs and news articles about the genocide, remember that it began years ago. EIR has been reporting on this all along. We discovered that it was the World Wildlife Fund, through its administration of so-called nature preserves and game parks strategically located on the borders of the targeted African states, that employed the former SAS commandos to train and arm and deploy local death squads. Through officially sponsored WWF programs like Operation Lock, SAS men were deployed to assassinate political leaders and foment out-of-control civil war and ethnic cleansing. Africa today is a testing ground for every form of genocide that the British and their oligarchical allies can conceive of. And Africa is slated to be the first continent where the nation-state system dies a sudden and violent death. And on whose behalf is this murderous warfare being conducted? The very British and Anglo-Dutch raw material cartels and financial interests that are at the center of the invisible empire. Now, this brings us to the third face of the British Empire today, what we have called the empire of the mind. Several of the other speakers are going to deal with this issue at greater length, so I'll be brief and focus on just a few vital questions. By now, it should be clear to all of you, indeed, that the British Empire does still exist to this day, and is, if anything, more devoted to evil than at any time in its history, including the time of the American Revolution. Why then are most people today irrational and blind to this fact? Even though their lives and the lives of their most cherished relatives and friends may depend on defeating this British Empire. There's only one answer to that question. Most people have been brainwashed into accepting irrational ideas that would have never been acceptable 30 years ago. The brainwashing process that I'm referring to is subtle. It takes place over time. It takes place on a societal level so that the likelihood of a large-scale resistance is improbable unless well organized. How did it happen here in the United States? Look back at the 1960s. Look at the impact of the assassination of President Kennedy, and particularly the assassination followed by that cruel hoax cover-up called the Warren Commission report. The British were behind the Kennedy assassination, just as they were behind the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, James Garfield, and William McKinley, all 4 American presidents in the tradition of the American system of political economy, all 4 enemies of the British oligarchism and free trade. The late New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison was indeed on the trail of the assassins. We spoke with Garrison, we compared notes with him, we shared information, and in fact, we worked with Garrison when he was completing his book about the JFK murder. But for 2 crucial pieces of evidence that were never presented to the jury, it is virtually certain that Garrison would have obtained a conviction of Clay Shaw for the conspiracy to kill John Kennedy. And that would have opened a Pandora's box. Garrison had traced the origins of the murder plot to Montreal, Canada, to the offices of a man named Louis Mortimer Bloomfield, wartime British Special Operations Executive Officer, liaison to the FBI in the United States, the founder of the Canadian branch of Prince Philip's World Wildlife Fund, a charter member of the 1001 Club, and a high-ranking official of the United Nations, just so he didn't leave that off of his resume. But Garrison was stymied by traitors in Washington like Henry Kissinger's mentor, McGeorge Bundy. And this opened the floodgates. The Malcolm X assassination, the Martin Luther King assassination, the urban riots, which destroyed the cities of the United States, the Robert Kennedy assassination. John Kennedy, with the advice of General Douglas MacArthur, was about to pull out the American troops from Vietnam until he was assassinated. And with an assassin's bullet always pointed at the back of his skull, Lyndon Johnson drew us into a deliberate no-win war in Vietnam, which was McGeorge Bundy's war. With these shock traumas, most Americans, especially the young people coming up from high school to college during these periods, changed decisively. We abandoned cultural optimism. And as pessimism replaced optimism, psychedelic drugs replaced scientific study. The Beatles replaced Beethoven. The United States was deliberately put through a cultural paradigm shift, a downward spiral into hell that we have yet to reverse, and which we've begun the process of reversing here this weekend. The point to be emphasized is that this was all premeditated. If you know where to look, you can even find the recipe books on your public library shelves. Take, for example, the London Tavistock Institute's William Sargent. In 1957, Sargent wrote a book which, without any subtlety, he titled The Battle for the Mind, A Physiology of Coercion and Brainwashing. The book was based on his studies of irrationalist cults in Africa, in Ibero-America, in the Deep South in the United States. Sargent set out to discover how whole populations had been transformed from creative human beings, each individually capable of reason and discovery, into irrational beasts. And he wrote about it in this book. He wrote, "Various types of beliefs can be implanted in many people after brain functioning has been sufficiently disturbed by accidentally or deliberately induced fear, anger, or excitement. Of the results caused by such disturbances, the most common one is temporarily impaired judgment and heightened suggestibility. Its various group manifestations are sometimes classed under the heading of herd instinct and appear most spectacularly in wartime, during severe epidemics, and in all similar periods of common danger which increase anxiety and sow individual and mass suggestibility." Now think back at the 1960s from that vantage point. So where do our ever-loving British cousins want to see this process go? Again, we can take them at their own words, this time the words of Aldous Huxley, the brother of Prince Philip's mentor, Sir Julian Huxley. What most people don't realize is that Aldous Huxley spent the last 30 very odd years of his life in Hollywood as a part-time screenwriter and full-time propagandist for the psychedelic revolution. But his objectives were not just peace and love. In 1961, Huxley delivered at the University of California Medical School in San Francisco, at a conference sponsored by the State Department's Voice of America, a rather chilling lecture. His message was blunt, and it was delivered on behalf of precisely the British oligarchy that we've been discussing here today. What Huxley said was, quote, "There will be in the next generation or so a pharmacological method of making people love their servitude and producing dictatorship without tears, so to speak. Producing a kind of painless concentration camp for entire societies so that people will in fact have their liberties taken away from them, but will rather enjoy it because they will be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda or brainwashing enhanced by pharmacological methods." And this seems to be the final revolution. So we have the British oligarchy, the dedicated enemy of everything embodied in the Council of Florence, in the nation-state system, and the American Revolution. Our British enemy is engaged in endgame maneuvers, while the majority of our troops, sadly, are still sleeping in the barracks. Since the 1989 fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of communism, the British oligarchy has concluded that they no longer have to tolerate the existence of the nation-state system whatsoever. This process, as Lynn indicated yesterday, began with the cultural paradigm shift in the mid-1960s, but there was a major escalation beginning in 1989. During much of the 20th century, despite the fact that leading spokesmen for the British Empire, like H.G. Wells and Bertrand Russell, preached world government and world oligarchism, the leading figures in the Club of the Isles and their fellow travelers in Europe and America realized that they could not yet move to totally dismantle the nation-state system so long as there was a potential for the eruption of wars of annihilation, which would require the marshaling of material resources that the oligarchy is incapable of accomplishing on its own. Even during the Cold War, the Wellesian doctrine of mutually assured destruction, MAD, first spelled out by Wells's protege Leo Szilard, was no guarantee that a superpower conflict was impossible. President Reagan, in adopting Lyndon LaRouche's Strategic Defense Initiative, overturned MAD and demonstrated that point directly. Now, however, the British are convinced that the nation-state system, at least for the time being, can and must be targeted for extinction. 500 years of unsettled coexistence and warfare between republicanism and oligarchism is now being fought out. The idea that the fall of the Soviet Union meant the possibility of what George Bush fondly referred to as the New World Order was a preposterous hoax. Typically, George Bush had it all wrong. The British oligarchy seized upon the collapse of the Soviet Empire to launch a new world disorder, using low-intensity warfare methods to eradicate the nation system everywhere. That's the bad news. The good news is that we have certain decisive advantages in this showdown if we seize the moment and do the right thing. First of all, it's their system that's crumbling. We are in the onset of the greatest cultural, monetary, and financial collapse in modern history. It is not just the financial bubble that's going to explode. All of the underlying assumptions of their paradigm shift of the past 30 years are collapsing around them. Those ideas violate the laws of the universe, the laws of nature, the laws of man. Second, we as a philosophical association exist worldwide. Lyndon LaRouche has established himself as America's leading patriot and as the world's leading world citizen. LaRouche issued the resistance call when the friends of the British oligarchy installed that wacky Jimmy Carter into the White House in 1977. At that time, LaRouche led the drive to defeat the British Opium War, the legalization of drugs movement in the United States, which to this day is a strategic priority for the Club of the Isles, as evidenced by the recent surfacing of the Queen's personal speculator, George Soros, to pour hundreds of millions of dollars into the effort to revive that dead horse of drug legalization. In the 1977 to 1983 period, LaRouche was the intellectual author, and this political movement was the driving force that got President Reagan to adopt the Strategic Defense Initiative, which changed world history forever. This demonstrated the war-winning capability of our philosophical association worldwide. And it's on the shoulders of those accomplishments today that Lyndon LaRouche is leading the drive to convene the new Bretton Woods Conference, to roll back the New Age, to roll back the post-industrial paradigm and complete the unfinished work of the Council of Florence and our own American founding fathers. Third, contrary to the fantasies of the British oligarchy, man is not a beast driven by pleasure and pain alone. Man is endowed by his Creator with the capacity for reason, discovery, and truth. The truth can truly set you free, and your mastery of the truth can help free all of mankind from the hell that the British otherwise have in store for all of us. So sit back, put on your thinking caps, be prepared to look inside your own minds, and prepare to organize the minds of your friends and neighbors.
We're going to do two case studies side by side, one on Africa and one on Ibero-America, of the British Empire in action. And some of the materials, particularly in the Ibero-American side, is new, so listen carefully. All right, first. This is the document of the Trans-Aqua project for Central and East Africa, which was put forward by the Italian state energy firm Eri in 1990. According to this plan, a canal would have been constructed parallel to the River Zaire, and it siphoning off about only 5% of the entire water volume of that river. And that canal then would have gone north into the tributary of Lake Chad, and then further to refill Lake Chad and to green the entire Sahel. This canal would have opened up 12 to 17 million acres of the Sahel to intensive cultivation. And even at that, even by only draining 5% of the River Zaire, that would have been double the amount of volume of water in the Nile River downstream of the Aswan Dam. The next two, please. Oh no, it's the other way. Well, these are backward. No, yeah. Okay, now can we put the puzzle together? Okay, all right. So this gives you the intersection of the canal with what was planned as a Lagos to Mombasa highway right across all of Africa at that point. And this is a drawing of what the intersection of these two projects would have looked like at the intersection of the Ubangi and Chad River basins. So this is what Central Africa could look like today if this plan had gone through. But that's not what we got. The plan was ironically approved by President Mobutu Sese Seko of Zaire and also by the President of the Central African Republic. But instead, in 1990, as the world's eyes were riveted on the Gulf War, troops of the Ugandan army marched into Rwanda and unleashed the most intense genocide of this century. Next. Okay, recall in your mind's eye now the enormous numbers of horror stories that began to pour out in the United States press beginning in the end of May of this year on the death of hundreds of thousands of refugees in eastern Zaire at the hands of Kabila, Kagame, and Museveni. But now for a minute, sort of step back from that picture that you can undoubtedly evoke in your mind and think of that not as a horror perpetrated against strangers, but as a glimpse, a pulling back of the curtain, if you will, of your own future and the future of your own families, if we do not set about soon to change the course of history. And in order to do this, it's very important to understand what happened in Africa and why. Next. This is a map of the population density of Africa, and you can see that it is, except for certain pockets of highly dense population, there really is, it is relatively speaking underpopulated, and even those areas of high density, there's no area that is anywhere near as highly densely populated as Belgium, for example. So anyone like Prince Philip, who says that the reason for what we're about to discuss is overpopulation, is simply lying. The Trans-Africa project, the Trans-Aqua project, would have opened up that entire white area, of course, to all this incredible development. But instead of this, what was happening in Africa going into 1990 is that it was reaching the absolute limits of further extraction of loot under the normal conditionalities policies of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Let's just take a look at that. This is the banker's arithmetic for Africa. This is a heuristic device invented by Dennis Small. And let's take a look at this. In 1980, the debt was $135 billion for all of Africa. In 1996, the debt was $339 billion. But in the meantime, all the African countries combined have paid $175 billion in interest alone. So normal people would say, well, Africa has paid its debt. But bankers say, 135 billion minus 175 billion equals 339 billion, doesn't it? Next. Now, what did this look like in 6 of the African countries of East Africa? We'll take Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Tanzania, and Zaire. The population of these countries combined is 132 million people. The total debt of these countries is $33 billion, or $250 per capita. Well, it just so happens that the annual per capita gross national product of Uganda is $250 a year. Now, if Uganda, what that really means is that Uganda, the great IMF success story, is completely bankrupt. What it means is that if everybody stopped consuming anything for an entire year and just worked in order to pay debt, then perhaps Uganda would be able to pay its debt. But in point of fact, 90% of the Ugandan population has absolutely no money at all. And if you were to hand them $250, they would feel very wealthy. So the fact is that there is no more money to loot in that old form. Even so, but as of 1992, the IMF conditionalities had taken their toll. Next. Next. Okay. This gives you an idea of how many children died in the year of 1992 as reported, only those reported, in these 6 countries alone, and the total is 905,000 children, according to the United Nations Development Program. And for obvious reasons, the UNDP no longer publishes this statistic. That's 1 million children, practically, in 6 countries of the third world alone. And just imagine, you have 1 million, I was just in Brussels, and I understand it's a city of about 1 million people, so just imagine filled with children, but they all happen to be dead. And that's what we have from the IMF alone in East Africa. Next. And this is what we mean when we talk about the Africanization of South America. What we really mean is death. Because what has occurred is that from the 1960s, the life expectancy rose, and now in the 1990s, it has gone down in all of these countries of East Africa. And in the case of Uganda, in the cases of certainly Uganda, next please. And Rwanda, it has gone below what it was in the colonial period, before independence. Next. Rwanda is a special case. This is what began to be unleashed in 1994, and the population of Rwanda was probably close to 8 million in 1994 and is now estimated probably at the level of 3.5 billion. Now, who's the Grim Reaper? Next. I once talked to an Ethiopian American member of the Congressional Research Service named Ted Dagny, who is a major booster of John Garang and Museveni in this country. And I said, why are you carrying out British policy in Africa? Why are you doing this? This is British policy, don't you know? Why are you doing this? And he said, it's not British policy. I said, well, yes, it is. It's because the British are the people who have the interest there. And he said, that's not true. The British have absolutely no financial interest in Africa. And he said this to me and believed, I guess because I'm an American, that I would believe this. But the fact is that throughout Africa, and particularly in the Commonwealth countries, the British banks, particularly Barclays and Standard & Chartered, are the major private commercial banks in the country. And any other bank tends to be a state bank, but all those banks now are being bought up and brought into the British megalopoly. And so this is where we stand economically in East Africa at the point really of 1994.
Approximately 6 years ago, in fact, in 1991, Executive Intelligence Review published a cover feature also published in our Spanish language publication, Resumen Ejecutivo, which said that the IMF was Africanizing Iberoamerica. And this by way of warning about what was happening and what was going to happen if these policies were not changed. Now, mind you, the Africa of 1991 is not the Africa of today. Today is a far different situation, far worse, obviously, but we had a pretty good idea of what was coming, and we warned people that if the policies would not change, that is exactly what would occur. I also recall that shortly after publishing that report in travels in various countries in Iberoamerica, I would pretty consistently and predictably run into the response from Iberoamericans of shocked outrage. Well, how can you dare say that we're going to end up as badly off as the Africans are? I mean, you don't think we're that stupid, do you, that we're going to end up like that? And of course, when we told the Eastern Europeans that they were going to be Latin Americanized the same way that Latin America or Iberoamerica was going to be Africanized, I remember very well having a discussion. It was right here in this hotel in this lobby. Some of you here may have participated in this or heard some of the yelling and screaming. It was with a couple of Ukrainian parliamentarians who were absolutely horrified that I would dare say to them that Ukraine would end up moving down the same path as Mexico or Brazil or Zaire. And they said, we're not a banana republic. And they weren't then. And of course I had to explain to them what should be obvious. It's not that we are insulting or talking about the dignity of those nations. We're talking about the intent of the people behind the International Monetary Fund, behind the banks, the British oligarchy, the British Commonwealth, and their intention to Africanize the entire world. And the same thing will happen here if it is not stopped. So when you are looking at Africa, you are not looking at something that's happening way over there. How dare you say that something like that might happen here? It will happen here. It is happening here in the most profound way, as I hope you will be made aware, perhaps disturbingly so, by the end of this panel's presentation. If I could have the first slide. Joe, also, yours. This is the rough situation in Iberoamerica in general terms. You're talking about 20 countries overall. You're talking about a total population of 485 million people, as compared to a substantially larger African population at this point. The foreign debt of all of Iberoamerica is $657 billion, substantially larger than Africa's. And if you look at a number of the leading countries of Iberoamerica, you'll see that Mexico and Brazil are in neck-and-neck competition over to which is going to have the largest foreign debt this year or this month. Right now, Brazil is ahead. They have 195 billion. Mexico is in a close second place with 180 billion. Although perhaps the more interesting comparison is to look at the proportion of the debt to the population, or the per capita ratios. Linda told you the absolutely horrifying proportions in the 6 Central African republics she was talking about $250 per capita in debt. Well, in the case of Argentina, it's about $3,000 per capita. It's an order of magnitude larger in terms of the debt situation. The policies of the International Monetary Fund have wrecked Ibero-America over the last 15 years. They have brought it to a point of collapse of physical economy, which we have documented in some detail. The situation, however, that is coming down the line is far different than what has occurred up until now. Now, the upcoming Africanization is to produce levels of genocide and destruction, obliteration of the nation state, and above all, the bestialization of the human being of a sort which we have not seen until now. What's coming is new. Now, if you take a couple of just very rough physical economic parameters to compare Ibero-America, Africa, and also the United States, since I'm sure no one here shares any of the preconceptions or the prejudices that our Ukrainian friends shared, and was fully prepared to look at the prospects facing this country should we not turn this around. The foreign debt and population figures, as I had described them on the previous map, you can see that Ibero-America has a far higher debt per capita than Africa. In terms of land area, Ibero-America's land area is about 20 million square kilometers. Africa is somewhat larger, 28, 29 million, and the United States is 9.5 million square kilometers. If you take a look at agricultural production capability with one very simple parameter, grain output, grain production per capita, measured in kilograms per capita, production per year, you will notice that Ibero-America produces about 248 kilograms per capita, which is about 1/4 of what is produced in the United States. The African level, however, is approximately half that of Ibero-America. If you look at manufacturing, which is of course a sign of the relative state of development or capital intensivity of an economy, the situation in Africa and Ibero-America both is particularly despairing. In manufacturing jobs per 100 square kilometers, in other words, measuring it in terms of the density of the land area as such, Ibero-America has 61 per 100 square kilometers. In other words, less than one manufacturing worker per square kilometer. The United States has 194, which we're not in very good shape, as everyone is well aware. This is about 2 per square kilometer. Ibero-America has about 1/3 that level. Africa has 1/3 the level of Ibero-America in turn. So that gives you some rough idea of what we're dealing with here. Now, before you move that slide, the question of grain production is of course complemented in terms of consumption, availability of grain for consumption, by what an area imports. In the case of Ibero-America, approximately 15% of consumption is imported, in other words, beyond that production level. In the case of Africa, fully 1/4, 25% of its consumption is imported. Now, under conditions of the kind of world economic crisis that is now going on, with a complete collapse of the financial system, with no resources available for anything other than debt payment, you are talking about a situation where immediately you are reducing the imported component of food consumption. That is to say, you are reducing consumption by 25% like that. Consider what that means off these levels, and you get some idea of the straightforward economic aspect of the genocide. Next slide, please, both. This is called comparative banker's arithmetic. It doesn't make any more sense when you look at both together. In the case of Ibero-America, just quickly, 1980, the total debt was $259 billion. Over the course of the next 15 years, Ibero-America paid $488 billion in cumulative interest payments alone. As Linda mentioned, no amortization payments, no principal repayments, none of that is taken into account. Pure interest. In other words, almost twice the original debt was paid. The debt was paid twice over. But of course, at the end of that period, the debt had grown from $259 billion to $657 billion, and you have your familiar banker's arithmetic of 259 minus 488 is equal to 657, and I challenge Bruce Director to explain that one.
Challenge accepted.
Bruce, how your voice has changed. Now, this process of debt looting is simply one feature, as many of you are aware, of the overall derivatives speculative bubble that's going on worldwide. This enormous growth of completely fictitious value, as you saw yesterday in the triple collapse function, has grown completely out of control with no physical economy under it to sustain it whatsoever. That is, of course, what blew out in Mexico in December 1994. It wasn't a Mexican problem or a Mexican debt bubble. It was an international derivatives bubble which blew up in Mexico. And that same bubble, in its different components, is now blowing up in Southeast Asia. That's the problem in the Philippines. That's the problem in Thailand, Malaysia, Hong Kong, and so on and so forth. It's the same problem. Now, if we look briefly at the overall world debt situation in the next transparency, colors courtesy of our graphics staff, and a lot of people who worked on this for a while. The world foreign debt picture is really quite amazing. In 1980, it was $647 billion. It is today over $2 trillion, $2,177 billion. These are official World Bank figures, so you know they're an understatement. The red on the bottom is Ibero-America. The next one up, blue, is Africa. I wanted to indicate both of them to you because together, which is what Linda and I are talking about today, you're talking about a total of almost $1 trillion, close to half of the entire world, official world foreign debt figures. Now, as I mentioned before, and Richie, if we could have the next transparency, we're in a process of a phase change. What has gone on until now, over the last 15 years of IMF rule, is nothing compared to what began approximately 18 months ago in the case of Ibero-America. In the beginning of 1996, very end of 1995, beginning of 1996, the process of financial bankruptcy as a result of the multiplier effects of the Mexican debt blowout and of the overall world financial situation effectively razed, destroyed the banking systems of every country in Ibero-America and left them open for the pickings. Well, the pickings came along very quickly. The banking systems were privatized. Every state sector bank just about was sold out, taken over by foreigners. And the situation today, according to our latest calculations, is in the case of Mexico, for example, 59% of the assets of the entire banking system are controlled by foreigners. In 1982, after López Portillo nationalized the banking system, 100% were owned by Mexicans. They may have made mistakes, they may have had problems, but they were the sovereign owners of their own credit system within a very difficult world environment, but nonetheless, they were in charge, presumably, within their own borders. Not today. 59% controlled by foreigners. Venezuela, 41%. Colombia, 51%. Peru, 42%, and so on. You can see the general parameters across the continent is that about half or better of the banking system of every country is now run by foreigners, with one exception, which is Brazil. Only 14%. And that tells you a little bit about why Brazil is particularly on the British target. Now, the argument here in all of this to achieve this was, of course, the standard neoliberal free trade argument, which was delivered by the likes of Adam Smith's followers and so on, to the governments of the third world, and Ibero-America in particular, where they said, but you must liberalize, you must open your doors, you must enter the new globalized economy. Why, if you will merely open the doors of your economy, all of the capital will come rushing in, and you will benefit greatly. And of course, they opened up the doors of their economy, and all of the capital went rushing out, destroying these nations. That's free trade. The next transparency, please. You can see the change in control by foreigners of bank assets in the countries. The first one is Argentina. From 1992 to 1997, it grew from about 15% foreign ownership up to about 51%. Chile from 16% to 52%. Mexico, back in 1992, there was only one foreign bank operating in Mexico, Citibank, with 1.5% of the total assets. That's why, that's the real invisible empire. You can't see it there. Nothing. But now, close to 60%, 59%. And again, you can see Brazil. They have not yet done to Brazil what they have done to the rest of the continent. Now, of course, the question that always comes up, and especially so in Ibero-America, is, well, who's behind this foreign takeover? Well, it's obvious. Wall Street, right? Wrong. Next transparency. These are the top 10 financial groups in all of Ibero-America by size of control of assets. The largest single financial group is the Brazilian state. They control $207 billion in assets in their banking system. The Brazilian government, the state. That's about a fifth of the whole continent, which is $1 trillion. And if you then look down the line, the second largest banking group in all of Ibero-America is the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation, controlling $46 billion in assets. In July of 1995, they controlled nothing. They weren't there. Now they're all over the place. They run the third largest bank in Mexico. They move big into Brazil. They've got huge holdings in Chile, in Argentina, all over. Hongshang, it's the lead bank of the drug trade. You have them taking over the banking system of Ibero-America, and you better watch American ghettos and suburbs. Because that's what that means. It's drugs. It's marijuana. It's cocaine, and it's a new heroin boom coming into the United States. And I'll just state this parenthetically because there won't be time to develop it. What is happening now with heroin is what George Bush did 10 years ago with cocaine, crack cocaine. Remember our expose on that? George Bush brought crack cocaine into the United States, cheap, standard marketing technique, lowered the price to increase the consumption. That is now happening with heroin. 75–80% of the heroin coming into the United States, that the captures are made on this, is coming from Colombia. Not Southeast Asia, Colombia. And the standard purity of heroin in the past was 17%, 18%, really bad stuff was 22%. What do you think the purity of the heroin is coming in from Colombia today? It's 90%. That means that it can be smoked rather than injected. That means the stigma associated with a junkie who shoots up heroin all the time, according to the marketers of this, is no longer a problem to the expansion of their new commodity, inhalable heroin. And it's spreading today in the United States. Today, right now, it's spreading today the way George Bush spread crack in the ghettos of the United States in the mid-1980s. That's what it means when you have Hongshang being the second largest bank in Ibero-America. And you can see, looking down the line, that of the top 10, 6 are British. Hongshang, Banco Santander of Spain. There are 3 very large Spanish banks in Ibero-America. Santander, the BBV, Banco Bilbao y Vizcaya, BCH, Banco Central Hispano. They're totally run by the British. If you don't believe me, read the latest DIR. It's documented. So it's completely run by the British. Bank of Montreal, Scotiabank, and so on and so forth. Where is Wall Street? Well, let's take a look at the next transparency. There's Wall Street in the dust. Hongshang, Santander, Montreal, Bilbao Vizcaya, Central Hispano, and Scotiabank, all British, all way ahead of Citibank. Citibank is otherwise the largest, approximately $16 billion in assets. Don't get me wrong, Citibank is very big, very bad, very dangerous. They have branch offices in every country in Ibero-America, which the others have not yet replicated. Their policies stink, as do the policies of the Bank of Boston, but you can see who is actually taking over. That is the first part of the Africanization of Iberoamerica. Linda?
Okay. Now, from the standpoint of the invisible empire, two factors have impelled them to unleash the evil that we've seen in East Africa in the last 3 years. First, the old style of IMF straight conditionalities policy had left the continent with nothing more to loot out of the actual population. Second is the ongoing collapse of the international monetary system itself. And beginning in 1995, we saw a rush of the largest financial interests into hard commodities. Now, a lot of these strategic minerals and commodities are in Africa. Transparency, please. This gives you an idea of its production, of the highest concentrations of production, not reserves, in Africa today. As of 1994, Africa provided the world with 37% of its chromium, 72.5% of its cobalt, 20% of its uranium, 81% of its platinum, 32% of its gold, and 45% of its diamonds. And this shows also the concentration down the center of Africa there with the Great Rift Valley down on into the Republic of South Africa. Next. The key country for strategic minerals is Zaire. But after 1990, when the plug was pulled on Zaire, its production took a nosedive. In 1986, Zaire ranked 5th in the world in the production of copper and was 1st in the production of cobalt and 2nd in diamonds. This production went drastically down, but now that Kabila has secured or attempted to secure Zaire for the bankers and the miners, the British Commonwealth mining companies, the idea is to open up some of these, probably not all, to renewed extraction and production, and thereby have a much firmer cartelized control of the strategic commodities worldwide. I'm not going to go through the extensive and documented, the detailed documentation that Richie Freeman provided in this Never Again, London's Genocide Against Africans, EIR special report, which showed exactly which companies and which British Commonwealth companies and how they interlink and how these companies came behind Kabila in order to seize particularly the whole eastern corridor of Zaire. Now, at the same time, in Iberoamerica, this process was going on in a far more quieter way.
That's my cue. Okay. The first transparency, please. The continent of Iberoamerica is shown in this and the next chart, singling out Brazil, which is the second column, because Brazil plays the role in Iberoamerica in terms of the presence of enormous amounts of raw materials, which is similar to the role that Zaire plays vis-a-vis Africa. There are differences, but on this point, Brazil is the powerhouse as Zaire is to Africa. These are the 7 principal industrial base metals: bauxite, copper, iron ore, lead, nickel, tin, and zinc. If you take the entire output of a manufacturing economy, you will find that 70% by weight of all the products is from these 7 base industrial metals, if you leave out cement and so forth, and if you leave out coal from the considerations, which are by weight very, very large. But these are absolutely essential to any industrial economy. Now, if you take a look at this in terms of production, and by the way, the percentages for reserves or deposits would actually probably be greater proportionally. But in terms of bauxite, 28%, copper, 32% for Iberoamerica, tin, 28%, iron ore, 27%. Those 4 alone have more than a quarter of the entire world's production going on in Iberoamerica. And in those cases, you can see that Brazil plays a very major role. In the case of iron ore, Brazil is the #1 ranked producer in the world. In the case of tin, it's the #4 producer, and so on. If you look at the next transparency, where we will see both precious metals, or a couple of precious metals listed, and also the strategic metals. The first two are precious metals, gold and silver. Silver is very important in Iberoamerica, not so much Brazil, mainly Mexico, Peru. They're 41% of the world's silver comes from Iberoamerica. 12% of the gold. This is misleading, simply because the actual current output is nothing compared to what it's going to be, because there has been a huge, as Linda said, relatively silent British invasion, or of Commonwealth mining companies, where that proportion, I'm quite sure, is going to be rising very significantly immediately ahead. In the strategic metals, these are the key elements required for advanced industrial production. You cannot produce strong steel without manganese. You need beryllium, columbium, tantalum, and other metals, and you can see that in the case of columbium, for example, Brazil has 86% of the world's production of columbium. It's the #1 producer in the world. Manganese, #5, tantalum, #2. So Brazil, in this sense, is a very big powerhouse. Now, if you look at the next slide, and Joe, I think that this is where I also need the African corresponding map. Sure. You can see that just as Linda indicated in the case of Africa, so too in Iberoamerica, there has been an invasion of foreign mining. And just as in the case of banking, lo and behold, it's the same companies with the same policy who have moved into Africa, which means you better watch out. And we have indicated here on the Ibero-American map some of the major new mining sites which have been invested in, or are being looted currently, by the 4 major British Commonwealth mining companies. Anglo-American, Newmont Mining, Rio Tinto, previously Rio Tinto Zinc, and Barrick of George Bush, who's on the International Advisory Board. And you can see the kind of presence that principally these British companies have throughout the continent. I want to single out one in particular, which is the Barrick activity on the border between Argentina and Chile. That's placed on the border there because that is exactly where Barrick has holdings. It is a deposit of gold which runs to both sides of the border, and what Barrick is in the process of doing is promoting, that is to say, forcing legislation in the Congresses of both Chile and Argentina to effectively eliminate national sovereignty such that that mine can be mined cross-border with no considerations for what country it's in. So the entire legislation of the countries is being changed as per Barrick's specifications. And that gives you an idea of the way the British are operating in this situation. Now, the next transparency, please, shows you Brazil in particular. And we can put up Zaire on the left screen just so that you can keep that not only in your mind's eye, but in your visual eyes as well, to get some idea of these parallels that we're discussing. In the case of Brazil, the red dots are various different kinds of mineral deposits in the country. You saw from the previous chart the extensive amounts of activity that go on in Brazil. The area that is shaded in a light green, which says CVRD areas, is what I want to point out. CVRD is the Companhia Vale do Rio Doce. Now, before I tell you about that, I want to first give you some idea of what the dimensions of Brazil are. Brazil is a continent unto itself. It is gigantic. 50% of its national territory is under Amazon jungle forest. In other words, it's virtually unexplored. It is not known what the potential wealth there is. But in addition to this mineral wealth, Brazil is also a major industrial economy. It is the 10th largest economy in the world. It has approximately 160 million people, 50% of whom are black. This incidentally makes Brazil the 2nd largest black nation, or the 2nd largest black population in a nation in the world after Nigeria. And something which will perhaps surprise you, perhaps the next transparency can be placed, Richie. The map is drawn to scale. Don't believe me, ask John Segerson. He'll prove it to you. Brazil is larger than the continental United States. They were sort of angry when we got Alaska and Hawaii because they figured they'd been cheated out of being #1 in the hemisphere. But you get some idea of what this is like. Now, these green areas that I was talking about, the CVRD areas, look at the one towards the south of the country. This is an area which is larger than the state of Texas. This is an area, that area of the country is a major area of activity of CVRD, Compañía Vale do Rio Doce. CVRD is the third largest mining company in the world. It is the largest in the Americas. It is the largest iron ore producer in the world. It has enormous activities in mining. It owns 2,000 kilometers of railroads. It has 37 ships, 6 ports, 11 steel plants, some in the country, some outside, 3 paper plants, and so on and so forth. CVRD was originally founded in the 1940s when the Vargas government of General Getulio Vargas, with backing, explicit signed backing from President Franklin Delano Roosevelt in the United States, these were the Vargas-Roosevelt agreements, the Brazilian government of Vargas took over a British mining company called Itabira Iron. They nationalized it and they made CVRD. And since then, that company has been the backbone of industrial development of Brazil. And it's of course of some significance and importance that this was done in coordination with the Roosevelt government in the United States, which provided some important support in this regard. Now, what's just happened is that in April of this year, Compañía Vale do Rio Doce was sold, was privatized to George Soros for a song, for absolutely nothing, a couple of $billion bucks, nothing compared to what this company is actually worth. And that gives you some idea of the British mining taking over of Iberoamerica along the similar lines as has occurred in Africa. Linda?
Okay. Now, when we talk about the Africanization of South America or of any other location, if we look at what's happened in East Africa, then we know that what we are truly talking about is a return on a far larger and more intense scale to the collapse of the 14th century and the dark ages of that time. First of all, we have the disintegration of government, where all normal government services cease except for tax collection and maintenance of a national army which does not function as a national institution but functions as a mercenary force. And this was seen in the whole conquering of Zaire and from Uganda and Burundi and Rwanda, and as you heard today, the fact that all of the money that comes into the martial law countries is then siphoned off for the military for this purpose, so that the military operates directly against the interests of its own population. Then there's also the use of official mercenary forces as simply privatized warlord forces, which are in conjunction often with oversight from the British mercenary houses of Executive Outcomes, Sandline International, and so forth. In Executive Outcomes, they have a whole large franchise in northern Uganda, which unfortunately for them, they are not able to actually access because people still do live there. And in Sierra Leone, when they came in behind the government against the Revolutionary United Front for their services, they just simply demanded the entire nation's diamond franchise. So that the mercenary force comes in not as even a force for hire, but takes in and encroaches and takes away any form of national territorial sovereignty. And then also there's the eradication of borders. In Africa, because of the vast use or imposition at the point of independence by Prince Philip and the World Wildlife Fund of the reserve park system, already 8% of the entire landmass of Africa have been given over to national parks. Most of these parks straddle borders, and most of these parks have been used traditionally for years as the safe havens for guerrilla groups, which then maraud either side of the border at will from the safe haven of these parks. So borders, ever since independence, have always been had a vague existence within Africa itself. But now we see something different. Now we see something where borders simply no longer exist at all. And the linchpin in this operation, of course, is Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni. Can we have the first? Here he is as he is being sworn in on January 1st, 1986. And I want to put to rest absolutely, I hope today, any idea that this person that his primary sponsorship comes from the United States. He was placed into power by the British, he's been maintained in power by the British, and that remains the case up to today. But let's go back to the very beginning. Next. This is the Evening Standard newspaper of December 14th, 1986, where it says that Britain will take up the case of Uganda to the IMF. It says that extensive talks between Museveni and Baroness Linda Chalker, Minister of Overseas Development, resulted in the decision also that Britain would begin training Ugandan troops and begin arming Uganda. A senior British Army officer was to be attached to the High Commission in Kampala. Now, it is at this point that Museveni's National Resistance Army, which came in with at most 10,000 people into Kampala in 1986, and probably many of those under the age of 15, it is at this point that the National Resistance Army moves from 10,000 up to 100,000 troops in Uganda, sustained by a Ugandan economy that has already been decimated by years of Idi Amin and civil war. The article ends that after Mrs. Chalker's first encounter with President Museveni last February, his recent visit to London, and her return visit, it is clear that Britain is more than ever identified with the Museveni government. That is 1986. Next. The support continued in April 2nd, 1993. We see this headline, Britain defends NRM politics. Go home, Douglas Hurd tells exiles in UK. Next. I saved the best for last here. This is Chalker finds her great black hope. Uganda bewitched by British ally. This is the Sunday Telegraph of June 30th, 1991. The story here is kind of funny and gives you an indication of just how totally corrupt all of this is. You see that little plane down there? Well, Linda and Yoweri were in it. And it dropped to the ground unexpectedly, and they were on their way to visit their joint venture of Karamoja gold mine in the northern Uganda. And that's the story here. So, in point of fact, there should be no doubt that Museveni is a marcher lord force on behalf of these British interests. Next. Oh no, all right. Now, the current Minister of State for Defense of Uganda, Mr. Mbabazi, was in Sweden in 1989, and he gave an indication of what the British want to do, which is to eradicate the nation-state completely in Africa, has found its perfect vehicle in the national resistance movement of Museveni, or in this so-called revolution that is taking over Africa. Because Mbabazi told a group of Kenyan dissidents in Sweden in 1989, quote, "The national resistance movement revolution has no boundaries." He says to arrive at a new Kenya, all patriots, youths, men, women, workers, peasants, intellectuals, and all honest countrymen must assume their respective duties and responsibilities in the political, military struggles of the people. All must learn the science and the art of people's war to acquire the necessary skills to disarm the enemy. All must learn how to organize and train for war, plan for war, and manage or direct war. All must assist and contribute to progressively build a People's Liberation Army. And of course, this is what began immediately for the next year, 1990. So here we have Uganda of 1986. We're going to just see the spreading ink block quickly. Next. In 1994, we can add Eritrea, which came under the British tutelage, Rwanda, which was invaded and taken over by the Ugandan army, and Burundi, which succeeded in defeating the national elected government of the first Hutu president, Melchior Ndadaye. Next. In 1995, Ethiopia joins the group, having succumbed finally to pressure to move against Sudan. Next. Mozambique joins the British Commonwealth. Next. And here we have the gigantic leap forward of 1997 when Zaire comes under it. Sudan is invaded both from the east and from the south, And this is carried out by a region-wide military force of combined troops of Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Zaire, Zambia, Angola, with aid from South Africa, arms from South Africa. Next. And then we have, this gives you an idea of Museveni's totally self-conscious understanding of exactly what he's doing when he says that his mission is to see Eritrea, Ethiopia, Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and Zaire to become one nation. And then he likens this to Hitler and says, as Hitler did to bring together Germany, we should also do it here. Hitler was a smart guy, but I think he went a bit too far by wanting to conquer the whole world. Next. This plan was put forward at the 7th Pan-African Congress that was held in Kampala, Uganda, in April 4th to 8th in Kampala, Uganda, precisely at the point that 20% of the Ugandan army was moving into Rwanda for the final takeover of that country. This is a picture of Africa today. Next. The plan put forward by Arthur S. Gakwindi, today the Deputy Ambassador to Ethiopia with special responsibility to the OAU, shows that according to the Pan-Africanists, which is Museveni's movement, or he has taken over this movement right now, that this is what Africa will look like under that plan. Next. And then here we have what it actually looks like on an overlay of Africa today. Now, it's interesting, for example, that this Swahili Republic, well, west of the very eastern part of Zaire, nobody speaks Swahili. So it'll be interesting to see how this is imposed, but already English is being imposed on Zaire and on Rwanda and Burundi. Gakwindi motivated this by saying the breakdown of central authority in Somalia and Liberia, the destructive civil wars that have crippled Angola, Mozambique, and Chad, the threats of secession in Sudan and Zaire, as well as the ethnic tensions that abound in many states on the continent, all call for the reevaluation of the viability of post-colonial African states and the sanctity of their borders. Next. And here we have the situation of the martyr lords and their auxiliaries. The martyr lords are in the currently, because now Kabila will become a martyr lord. And in fact, there's an article in the recent Ugandan newspaper that Kabila is poised to go into Uganda against Ugandan insurgencies in western Uganda, so that this is going to be a kind of free-for-all regional force deployed anywhere at will, which will include Zaire now. And then the auxiliaries, particularly South Africa, which said that it was, is now arming Rwanda and these martyr lord forces. The African National Congress very unfortunately put out a statement in defense of this by saying that Rwanda is a force for stability in the region. Next. And now we see the next targets of this, which is Kenya, which we've read about in the news. This is an extremely dangerous situation. And the Kenyan situation shows really the truth of statements that were made by people in Uganda this past spring, May, where they said, we're sitting on a tinderbox. And one would think, well, what more could possibly happen? But if President Moi is brought down under the current type of configuration of violence and insurgencies which have been heavily penetrated from Uganda, and with a completely fractured and splintered opposition, then what we are very likely to see in Kenya is total chaos, a situation of total chaos and violence, which will, of course, radiate outward. So this is an extremely dangerous operation which is being carried out against Kenya right now. And then we have Congo-Brazzaville and also the countries over in West Africa, Liberia, Sierra Leone. All right, next. Now, what does it cost to eradicate borders? Well, it costs a lot of lives. And in the case here, I'll just go through this briefly. We have Rwanda of 1990, the initial invasion from Uganda, which likely resulted in 200,000 deaths. In Burundi in 1993, there was, when President Ndadaye was murdered brutally, and his, in an attempted coup, there was 100,000 people were killed in Burundi at that time in October of 1993. And since then, another 210,000 have died inside Burundi as the international community has continued to watch. There are also 800,000 people in concentration camps in Burundi right now who are dying of typhoid and hunger. In Rwanda in 1994, the bloodletting at that time was very likely, in that protracted spring, early summer period of 1994, was probably in the range of 1 million people. In Goma, at least 200,000 people died of cholera before the U.S. Army got there. In Rwanda, multiple sources of Rwandans and others indicate that between 1994 and 1997, 1 million people have been killed in Rwanda itself, within Kagame's purview. Rwandan President Bizimungu said, "We are killing people, but these are the people who carried out the genocide in 1994. In eastern Zaire, at least 500,000 refugees were killed, and Zaireans, both Rwandan, Burundian, and Zairean refugees were killed in the process of the War of Liberation of 1996-97. And then, if we take the entire Sudan War since 1983 and the dislocation that has caused, the death by killings and also by starvation due to the inability to cultivate, we have another 1 million people over that 14-year span. And in Uganda itself, actually this should be from 1983, when Museveni carried out the genocide in the Luwero Triangle, at least 1 million Ugandans have been killed inside Uganda in that period. So what we have, mostly in the period of the 1990s, is a total of 5,210,000 people dead in this East Africa area alone. And I would say that this is really a conservative estimate. Next. The fact is that nobody can say they don't know about it. We have here a picture of the Rwandan refugees being forcibly repatriated at the point that the atrocities became known in the end of May and June. If you look carefully at the picture, you'll see there's no young children in it, because most of the young children of these refugees had already died. I want to point out that the statements by Paul Kagame in the recent past to the Washington Post, that he in fact did carry out this genocide and would do it again. And then in a subsequent interview with the Mail and Guardian, he was asked, "Why did you say such a thing?" And he said, "Well, I don't like to lie all the time." On the one hand, this is an exposure of what has happened, but on the other, you have to consider the fact that this man has admitted to mass murder and gotten away with it. Nobody has called him to account yet. And this is the type of passive complicity which can be induced by the mass media if Paul Kagame and these people are not called to account. Then, in point of fact, we are complicit in the murder that has occurred. So this is what it costs in just one small area of the world to eradicate the nation state. Dennis.
The process of nation-state eradication, or erasing borders, which is what the British are involved in at this point, is perhaps in one sense less advanced in Ibero-America than the situation in Africa, as you've seen. The end result of that, I think, is captured most forcefully in that picture of the boxcars, which no one can possibly miss the point that this did happen before in history. It was run by the same people who were running this, the British. that there was Nazi genocide carried out in the past, which America once mobilized to stop, and had we not so mobilized, the world would not be here today. That same type of genocide, only worse, is being carried out by the same people all over again, and unless we again so mobilize, it will not be stopped. Now, this eradication of the nation state, the erasing of borders, is not simply a question of redrawing a map. You're talking about replacing the nation state with terra incognita, with no man's land, with an area of rampaging armies on both sides, both controlled by the British. And this is how the British are operating. They're doing this in Ibero-America in a very visible fashion, and it's the exact same people that Linda just described in Africa. In one sense, the nation state is more firmly rooted historically in Ibero-America for a series of historical reasons. Most of the modern nations were created in the early part of the 19th century. There is a strong and important current in Ibero-America coming from the evangelization of the Americas, which was a tremendous European project which established a basis culturally and so forth, and with the concept of man, which we'll get to in a minute, which made it possible for such nation states to exist. And at most points, if not all points, where these forces of republicanism and the nation state flourished in Ibero-America, it was along with and in coordination with similar republican-oriented forces in the United States, which today are represented by the LaRouche movement. There's a historical tradition on this. It is that which is now being submitted to the British eraser, what they're trying to get rid of. Now, the way the British work in this regard, and it's very evident, for example, in a case like Colombia, is first they finance and create narco-terrorist armies, supposedly of the left. They're behind the drug trade. They are behind, jump the gun on me a little bit, but that's all right. It's okay, leave it up. They financed terrorism, they financed the drug trade on the one side, and they create leftist armies such as the FARC in Colombia, such as the ELN, and so forth. Then the same British interests have promoted a policy of destroying the national military forces of the countries of Ibero-America, what we have called the complot, the plot to annihilate the armed forces in the nation states of Ibero-America. This plan comes from the British. It's run from Anglophile centers in Washington, such as the Inter-American Dialogue, infected areas of the Pentagon, the State Department, and so forth, who are deliberately taking down the capability of the nation's armed forces to fight against the narco-terrorists which the British have created. So first they build the narco-terrorists, then they take down a country's ability to fight against it, and they say, we have the answer for you. Why? We happen to have some private mercenary forces, which we will hire out to you so that you can fight the narco-terrorists who we also created. The other screen, you can forget the other one, Joe, it's not necessary. And let's look at what's happened in the 13 years since then. On the left, 1982. On the right, 1995. The pink is drug production. The red areas are no longer isolated red dots of terrorism. They're a red swath, a stain across the entire country. The pipeline has been built, there it is. But the narco-terrorists, between the drug runners and the terrorists, they run about half the country. They effectively have control over approximately half of the country's 1,000 municipalities. This is as a result of the British deliberately creating the FARC and the ELN, deliberately taking down the military, and then bringing in for their protection, as I said, groups like Defense Services Limited, DSL, straight out of the Crown Agents Group, exactly the same type of people like Executive Outcomes who are operating in Africa. Now, the situation that has been created today is one of dual power in Colombia. This is a situation which can be lost very, very quickly, or won very, very quickly as well. The way this happened is, I'll tell you a little story about that pipeline. In the 1980s, when it was going to be built, Occidental Petroleum of Arm & Hammer, who is a long-time London asset, wanted to build this pipeline because they had oil that they had found in the Caño Limón area in the interior of Colombia. And the ELN guerrillas, who had virtually been wiped out by the Colombian military at that point, reached an agreement with Occidental after a few harassment operations and so on, Occidental decided that they would pay the ELN guerrillas substantial amounts of money to not attack the pipeline. So Occidental and Mannesmann, a German construction firm, paid millions of dollars to the ELN, and they grew like crazy. In fact, the ELN gained influence, since they were the new security personnel, effectively, of this pipeline, along the entire route of the pipeline. They guaranteed Occidental no problem. The construction equipment with which this was built was painted with ELN slogans and flags. The ELN became almost a hiring hall for the workers working on this pipeline. They gained enormous influence, and they became a major national force as a result of direct financing from these British companies. Now, there was a breakdown in the agreements on this over the last 2 or 3 years between the FARC and the ELN. You can see that this pipeline goes right smack through narco-terrorist territory. There have been, over the last 2 or 3 years, over 1,000 separate terrorist incidents against this pipeline. In some cases, it's been broken with oil spills, in other cases, dented. And it is the estimate of security officials in Colombia that to actually protect this pipeline adequately, you would need 1 soldier every 25 yards. They'd almost have to hold hands all along the way. You would need to protect the thing night and day with armored helicopters and so on. It's running through a middle of a jungle area. Cannot be protected that way unless you get rid of the narco-guerrillas. Now, of course, what happened is that British Petroleum, operating in that same area, has hired the services of Defense Services Limited, DSL, a British mercenary outfit to supposedly provide protection. And what you've effectively got now is privatized armies on both sides waging warfare in no man's land. Now, one of the most amazing security situations anywhere in the world that has developed, as far as I've been able to figure out, is right at the northward turn of the pipeline, right as it enters the second red area. This is the Samore oil block, which is owned by BP. And in the Samore oil field, there is a national park, a nature park. The ELN are active. And there's an Indian group. They're called the Uwa Indians. There's 5,000 of them. They've been organized by the ELN, and they have told British Petroleum that if British Petroleum doesn't stop its activities, they, the Uwas, will commit collective suicide by jumping off a cliff. I guess holding hands or something and go down. Now, they claim that they did this once before in their history. There's a history of this indigenous movement. Could I make this up? They claim that they committed suicide once before in there, which raises a certain question, right? But so there's this whole game going on now. And the government is completely absent. The nation state is being destroyed. Who's behind this? The drug trade, and who is sponsoring them? The British. In this case, the House of Lords plays a very prominent role. President Clinton, 2 years running, has correctly and courageously, against the advice of many of his own advisors, decertified the Samper government of Colombia for non-cooperation in drugs. Now, that's the very least one can say about Samper. He should be decertified for full cooperation with the Cali cartel to the tune of $6 million, which got him the presidency of Colombia. Clinton correctly decertified him. The British, the House of Lords, immediately went into an uproar, orchestrated with Samper. And Viscount Montgomery itself led the debate, arguing that the poor government of Samper Pisano had to be protected from the horrible United States, who was doing all of these horrible things, and in discussions with journalists indicated that it was really very important to proceed with the issue of discussing the legalization of drugs. And he also made the information available to this reporter that one of the leaders of the drug legalization debate in London is Lord Mancroft, who Viscount Montgomery assured us was very familiar with this issue of drug legalization and the problems of drugs, because he was himself a reformed drug addict. So you have the likes of Lord Mancroft, Viscount Montgomery, and so on, deployed to transform entire areas like Colombia into drug-producing havens, eliminate the nation state, and in that process completely eliminate the historical basis on which any kind of development has occurred in Ibero-America.
Okay. Now, I think it's also important to understand that despite the fact that the British High Commission in Kampala has a lot to do with the day-to-day running of the Ugandan government, that is really not the way in which the control of what we have, the British control of what we have seen in East Africa is really carried out. More to the point is an article that appeared in the Times of London in October of 1996, right at the very beginning of the Rwandan-Ugandan invasion of Zaire. And the article, in its typical British tone, said, quote, "The West should resist the temptation to blame itself for what's going to happen in Zaire. Certainly colonial frontiers were drawn that took no account of ethnicity. But this is hindsight, made deceptively simple. Zaire contains some 300 ethnic groups, so just where should lines have been drawn? Closer to the mark is the bleak prospectus set out 35 years ago by a young Algerian radical, Frantz Fanon, in The Wretched of the Earth." And this really gets to the point of how the British intelligence works. Frantz Fanon was the prophet of unprecedented mass murder, to be sure. But this was not the result of indigenous revolutionism on the part of African radicals who were interested in overthrowing colonialism or neo-colonialism. The headquarters for the Frantz Fanon cult, and it spread across Africa, was Dar es Salaam University, which was a total creation of British intelligence from the top down. British intelligence understands that once imbibed, Fanonism is the controlling element of the psyche of the targeted victim. It compels the victim to ever greater and greater levels of violence of a satanic nihilistic quality. And in fact, I think, as we can see with Museveni himself, it has reached Macbeth proportions. The point of this is that British intelligence has created this not simply through the process of physical hands-on domination, but through the control of the mind. And Museveni was a key victim. First, this is a copy of Museveni's thesis at Dar es Salaam University, which he wrote in 1971. We have the full copy of this now, where he embraces revolutionary violence, and I think it's important to understand that at Dar es Salaam University, he had something called the Student African Revolutionary Front, which he organized and chaired, and that he has just founded a branch of this front at Makerere University in Kampala. So that there is a complete continuity in his own mind from what he was doing and thinking in 1971 to what he is doing and thinking today. Now, let's look at the very first line there. It says, "At the level of individuals, violence is a cleansing force." Now, this is interesting because, you know, Museveni is put forward by much of the Western press as the cleanest president in all of Africa, and is known supposedly for not having been corrupt like Moi and Zaire and Abacha and other terrible dictators. And this may be what they actually mean. The major patron of the Dar es Salaam University was Bertrand Russell. He was the intellectual godfather of Dar es Salaam, who, as Lynn said yesterday, is somebody who believed that the yellow, brown, and black populations must be reduced at all costs, no matter how disgusting the method that is used to do this. So in Dar es Salaam, you actually see a factory, a menticide factory, a factory that is going to produce the killers and the marcher lord force in Africa and elsewhere that will be willing to carry out the disgusting methods used to decimate this population. That is exactly what Dar es Salaam was. The money funding this university came from the Ford Foundation, whose president at the time was McGeorge Bundy, whom we've also heard about in the last 2 days. The Rockefeller Foundation, the British Aid Agency, and the Aga Khan Foundation. And the school's faculty represented an amalgamation of the offspring of the British Fabian Society and Russellites and Third World Party communists. But if you look into the history in detail of many of these Third World communist parties, you find that their headquarters are in London, that the chief person among them or the leadership of them tends to be far more British-oriented, and that they don't really, they are certainly shared assets, if shared at all, with Russia. Okay, now Museveni's thesis really gives you an idea of the flavor of the ideas fostered. He says, not only is violence the only effective instrument of bringing about the real overthrow of colonial rule, it is also a laxative, a purgative, an agent for creating new men. He quotes Fanon as saying that violence alone, violence committed by the people, violence organized and educated by its leaders, makes it possible for the masses to understand social truths and gives the key to them. He says, when the oppressed, the native of the white man, opens machine gun fire on the oppressor and mows him down, he kills 2 birds with 1 stone. He discovers that on the one hand he is a man at par with any other free man that one may care to bring forward, and that his former oppressor is apparently also a human being, destructible and mortal. And lastly, he says, the peasant in Cabo Delgado, Mozambique, has participated in killing the white man, the former demigod. He has inflicted defeat on this god. The white god, the colonialist, has been seen and known to writhe in an agony of death from bullets fired by guns operated by peasants. The peasants have set mines which have blown to pieces white soldiers. The erstwhile gods have been seen to fly like startled warthogs before the automatic fire by peasant guerrillas. They have been captured by peasants. They have put up their arms in supplication for mercy from their former slaves, the natives. The gods are known to be weaklings when it comes to standing the rigors of bush life. The Portuguese prisoners in Frelimo's hands fall sick more often than not. Some had to be supported to enable me to take their photographs. They were too sick from minor causes, which would never cause a peasant to fall sick. The white man, an invulnerable god, will be seen vomiting, shivering, and expressing anxiety about what he considers imminent death. Now, this gives you an idea of the tone of the celebration of death and violence that is represented by the school of Frantz Fanon, which is so widespread throughout the world today, and has reached its apotheosis in Museveni. And the point is that, of course, and what we've seen in the last 5 years, not very many white colonialists have died. And even more tragically, next, probably half, at least, of the 5 million death toll that it has taken to destroy the nation state in East Africa are children. These are Rwandan children, Hutu refugees in 1997. Next. And here they are in 1994. When they first came out of Rwanda, they looked a lot better, but it is very likely that these children that you see here are no longer alive. So this is what has been unleashed. And I think that unless we are able to call to account the British Empire, unless the United States is able to call the British Empire to account for this mass murder, then very shortly God will call us all to account for it. Thank you.
If you're distressed and slightly sickened by the picture which Linda has painted of the kind of genocide that's going on in Africa, that's of course appropriate. There's probably a certain amount of feeling also that we're talking here about a particularly sick mind in the case of Museveni or Kabila and so forth, and that things like that are really aberrations, and they often happen in far-off places, in the recesses of Africa and so on and so forth, and there's an underlying anxious feeling that it somehow can't or it won't happen here. It can and it is in Ibero-America, and as Tony will explain in the subsequent presentation, in the United States itself. The exact same thing, menticide, especially menticide, the destruction of human minds as well as human bodies. We have up till now reviewed the parallels on the banking side, the British control of the banking takeover of Africa, the British control of the banking takeover of Ibero-America, the mining aspect, the looting of raw materials. In Africa, the same British companies as in Ibero-America. In the third segment, the destruction of the nation state, the introduction of private armies, executive outcomes, Defense Systems Limited, and so on. The exact same companies operating in Ibero-America today. And in this concluding section, I want to deal with this issue which Linda has just raised of the destruction of the concept of man without which no human, actually human existence can live, because the concept that underlies and that is quite explicit in the quotes that she just read from Museveni really need to be diagnosed and discussed. And unfortunately, the same factory which produced Museveni has produced much of the leadership of the Jacobin hordes of Ibero-America, and is also producing the menticide occurring inside the United States today. Now, I want to take a brief case study of the MST of Brazil, the so-called Movimiento Sin Tierra, the landless movement. And one could just as readily talk about the FARC or the ELN of Colombia or any of the other groups of Fidel Castro's Sao Paulo Forum. But I want to talk about the MST for a variety of reasons. In one sense, it's far more dangerous than the others because of what it means to be operating this way in Brazil in particular. And because it demonstrates one aspect of the story, of the parallel, the Africanization of Ibero-America that is most evident here. I want to also say from the outset that the LaRouche movement has crossed swords with the MST repeatedly in Brazil over the course of their history and ours. In many sense, in fact, the future of Ibero-America, as in other continents around the world, will be shaped by that battle, will be decided by that battle, whether the MSTs and the creators of the MST are victorious, or rather if the concept of man, which our movement and LaRouche represents, dominates or not. We want to tell the story of the MST, and in particular of one of its guiding ideologues, Paulo Freire. You may or may not have heard of him. Paulo Freire is most famous for a theory of education, so-called, which is called deschooling. It's the idea that what you do is you use language and education to deconstruct people's minds. You use this to induce class suicide, that's quote-unquote, class suicide, so that people's mental oppression from imperialism and westernization disappears. One of the other notorious crimes of Paulo Freire is that he's the inventor of the phrase, the totally contentless, meaningless phrase, empowerment. That's where it comes from. If you've ever wondered what it means to be empowered, I still haven't figured it out. I mean, if you think you know, you have a problem. That comes from Paulo Freire. Now, Paulo Freire comes from Dar es Salaam, the Ford Foundation's Dar es Salaam, the same place, the same cookie factory that produced Museveni. In fact, he was there in 1971, just a couple of years after Museveni was there. He went and worked with Frelimo, the Mozambique Liberation Army, the same people that Museveni went and did field work with to produce the study which you just heard Linda read about. And they're both products of the same philosophical school, the British fascist, pessimistic, nihilistic school of Heidegger, Sartre, and Frantz Fanon. This pessimism, this cultural pessimism, this nihilism, which in France goes by the name of existentialism, is the underlying problem. Now, But first, to the case of the MST so that you know what we're dealing with politically. The first transparency, please. The MST, the Landless Movement, is a group of about 5,000 hardcore cadre in Brazil. Their actual leadership is unknown. They have a couple of well-known public figures, but their real leadership is secretive. They were created in the 1980s out of the Theology of Liberation movement in the Catholic Church. They're closely associated with the PT, or the Workers' Party of Brazil, and with the pastoral commissions of the church, the CPTs, in Brazil as well. They have engaged in land invasions across Brazil. Each of the red dots shows an area of special activity of the MST, areas where they have invaded land. Their cry is that Brazil has 12 million landless and they deserve to have the land back. And so they take over land. Well, what sort of land do they take over? Well, one of their main areas of activity, as you can see in the orange shaded area in the south, is the most productive agricultural land of Brazil. It's the soybean emporium of Brazil. A huge amount of production goes on there. In 1990, in Rio Grande do Sul, in the southernmost part of Brazil, the MST took over a major hydroelectric plant and area around a petrochemical factory. In 1996, they announced that they were going to take over the land surrounding the Navy's Aramar Technological Center, where the Navy was engaged in the project of developing a nuclear submarine. In 1996, the MST announced that they were going to take over and seize Tucuruí Dam. Tucuruí Dam is in the north of the country, part of the Carajás project. It is the second largest dam in the world. Those are their targets, infrastructure. The MST acts like what it is, an irregular army for a foreign invasion. And the masters are the British. Their purpose is to shatter Brazil, destroy it, fragment it, playing on the very real poverty, misery, and difficulties that do exist in the country. Now, their very specific objective, we can see in the next transparency, is the creation of a Pontal Republic. That was that shaded area I showed you in the south of Brazil. It is not only the richest agricultural area, there's a number of other very interesting things going on there. First of all, the shaded orange triangle right in the middle is the Pontal region. That's where two rivers come together in Brazil. They have taken over almost that entire area. There's 3,000 families there in 16 camps. Just across the river to the south in the state of Paraná, there's another 8,000 families in 98 camps. And they are spreading throughout this entire yellow shaded area. They want to convert it into an independent republic. They want to secede from Brazil. Now, what else do you have in the area? Well, first of all, you have the world's largest hydroelectric dam. That's the big triangle down there. That's Itaipu. Until Three Gorges is completed, Itaipu is the largest dam in the world. It produces an enormous quantity of electricity. Some of it goes to Paraguay, not much, because they don't have much to use it on there. And the vast majority is used in Brazil, especially in the industrial heartland around Sao Paulo. And there is a high tension wire, a cable, which is the dotted black line, running right smack through the area that the MST wants to convert into the Pontal Republic. Itaipu alone produces 22% of the electricity consumed in Brazil. The surrounding area, as shown by the black triangles, is filled with other major hydroelectric projects, which produce another 25% of the electricity consumed in the country. 47% of Brazil's electricity is generated in that area which the MST is trying to make independent. You begin to get the idea. That's not all. The black and white dotted line is an existing railroad from Sao Paulo going up to Bolivia, and they are currently constructing a natural gas pipeline along the side of the railroad to bring natural gas from Bolivia, from the Mutun and other deposits, down into Sao Paulo where it's needed. So that's another part of crucial industrial infrastructure that's going on there. In addition, it's important to note that right around Sao Paulo, there are two other smaller cities called Campinas and São José dos Campos, which are the science and technological center of Brazil. There's a little triangle around the Sao Paulo area, which has been the heart of scientific and technological development of Brazil. Brazil has made significant strides in a number of areas: aerospace, nuclear energy, and so on and so forth. And a lot of it comes out of the development in that area, also immediately targeted. So you can see, this is, if the British can achieve this, if they can pull this off through the MST, think of what that means in terms of those low percentages of British control of banking and mining in Brazil relative to the rest of Ibero-America. Think of that $207 billion asset block that the Brazilian state still controls. Think of what the mining potential of Brazil is, and think of what it means to shatter that nation state. You will have unleashed a process of Jacobin dismemberment of nations which will not stop in Brazil. It will spread across South America. It will not stop in South America. It will spread into Central America and Mexico. And it will not stop there. This is on our border. And this is what the British are doing. When Brazil blows, the whole hemisphere blows. And that's what the MST is up to. Now, the MST, the landless movement, it's not properly named. They're currently organizing the homeless to do the same thing, invade buildings. The jobless, the same thing, to invade factories. And they're organizing all of the disenfranchised, all of the wretched of Brazil, as Fanon might have put it, into a Jacobin horde for destruction and chaos. They are properly called not the landless movement, but the mindless movement. Not only because they themselves are mindless, they are, and you'll hear it in a minute, but because that is the state which they are deliberately trying to induce in the entire population at British behest. The mindless movement, like Museveni, the mindless movement. They're organizing in the urban slums, the favelas. They're working with the drug runners to do this, and they're playing on the pessimism, the irrationalism, the rage generated in these populations by the destruction that's going on. And they're trying to organize this into a disorganized, deconstructive Jacobin horde. That's what they're doing. Now, the MST has been trained by the FARC and by Sendero Luminoso, Shining Path in Peru. When they take over an area, what they do is they protect it. Their security squads come in first. They build camouflaged pits that are camouflaged with leaves and branches, Viet Cong style. This is where they learned it from. And at the bottom of the pits, they have very sharp stakes or wooden poles, on top of which they spread human excrement, so that anyone who falls into these pits is, of course, immediately pierced, and the feces enters their bloodstream, immediate death. The second thing that happens with the MST after their security brigades move in is their education brigades move in. And what they do is they recite or chant revolutionary poetry, probably translations of Dryden, chanted in sing-song pattern, no doubt. And they also pledge their allegiance to the MST flag every morning. And their pledge is the following: I am the MST flag. My red color represents the blood of dead peasants. Shades of Museveni. But it gets worse. In 1995, an MST leader by the name of Marcio Lima said, "It would be better for us if the army massacred us." And the national spokesman for the MST, João Pedro Stedile, in 1996 said the following: the interior of Brazil can become a Colombia. Remember the map. It can become a Colombia. Things will be out of control. There will be social convulsions, and society will come apart. Next slide, please. We are chaos, says the MST. At the moment, our forces are small. Open confrontation doesn't interest us. We have to wage a guerrilla war. We have to wage psychological terrorism, destabilization. Things will happen. We don't know what, where, or how. They are part of the destabilization. We are chaos. This is Delman Sergio Ferrell, an MST supporter, in a manifesto in 1996, issued at the point they were trying to take over the Tucuruí Dam, which was signed. It was called the Unabomber. That's what they called it. Couldn't make that up. you ask, who in the world could support this insanity? This psychotic, bestial insanity? Well, the Queen of England, of course. Who else? Take a look at the next slide. One of the leaders of the MST, Deolinda Alves, who is the wife of a leader by the name of José Rainha, was just in London. She was in London. She was there to organize support because of the upcoming trial, the appeal trial of Rainha. He was just convicted to 26 years in jail for having murdered someone in an earlier land invasion. However, the MST says he's a political prisoner. So she went to London and was hosted and taken around there by British-sponsored groups, which I'm going to tell you about in a minute. It's interesting to note that Rainha, among his notable activities, in addition to getting sentenced to 26 years for killing someone, is an avid hater of LaRouche and the LaRouche movement in Brazil. He recently called us delirious and a neo-fascist and possessing a neo-fascist and neo-Nazi mentality. So you can see that we're having a good fight with these people. In fact, in 1994, a couple of years ago, the MST and their associated party, the PT, sued the LaRouche movement in Brazil in court, the MSIA, because we had put out a pamphlet denouncing them as being part of a one-world international conspiracy to destroy the nation state and so on and so forth, what you've heard here. And what they said against us at the time, in shocked horror and disbelief, they said that we, the LaRouche movement, had accused them of being tied to a network of international drug trafficking and terrorism, which, according to its absurd thesis, seeks to destabilize governments and destroy sovereign states and their armed forces. The suit was thrown out of court by a judge on the grounds that the publications of the PT and the MST themselves proved our point. Now, exactly how do the London strings work here? Well, this is one level of the London strings. I'm going to talk about the real strings in a minute, the strings of mind. But at one level, this is interesting, because the group that invited Deolinda Alves, the wife of José Rainha, to London, is a group called Christian Aid, which you can see, second from the left on the bottom there. Christian Aid, as Jeff mentioned in his opening statement, is part of the Crown Agents Foundation. It is a British group which is the official representative of all 40 British and Irish churches. In other words, it is a representation of the Church of England. They invited Deolinda Alves to London and gave her an enormous amount of support, publicity, and so on, and they're going to be in Brazil for the appeals trial. Now, who else has backed the MST, just to get an idea of this? Well, there's another group which is called the Right Livelihood Foundation. This is a Swedish group, at least apparently a Swedish group. It's run by a Swedish nobleman by the name of Jakob Wexell, who lives in London, and who gives out an annual prize which is known as the Alternate Nobel Prize, because it's given in the Swedish Parliament the day before the Nobel Prize is given. In 1991, the Right Livelihood Foundation gave their award to Father Ricardo Rezende of the MST. 250 grand, not bad. Their other awards have been in earlier years to the Gaia Foundation and to Amory Lovins of Friends of the Earth. A third British group, to show the strings on this puppet, is the Anti-Slavery International. Anti-Slavery International describes itself as the oldest human rights organization in the world, having been founded in 1787 by old British oligarchical families, the Wilberforce family and the Buxtons. Buxton today is the vice president of the Worldwide Fund for Nature. So that also is part of the channel of control onto the MST. And the Belgians, never to be outdone by their British cousins, recently gave their annual King Baldwin Foundation Award of $120,000 to, you guessed it, the MST for, quote, socioeconomic development of the third world. Now, the King Baldwin Foundation in 1980 had given its award to Paulo Freire, and in the 1930s, the Belgian monarchy in the form of King Leopold had backed Hitler. So at least they cannot be accused of inconsistency. So that's one level of the British control. However, the real aspect, the real control on this, and the far more worrisome, and that it is the field in which we really must do our central battle, is in the area of ideas, the idea of concepts, the concept of man that is spread by someone like Museveni or by the MST. In one sense, it's a misnomer to refer to this as the invisible empire. It's invisible only in one sense. In point of fact, it is quite visible to the mind's eye. It may be invisible from the sense of sense perception, but it is actually far more real. It is a far more actual, existent power in the universe than mere individuals, organizations, flowcharts, and so on and so forth. It is that area in which the battle actually occurs. I want to talk about Paulo Freire because that is the area, that is the representative of this level of the battle. Paulo Freire, the guy who coined the phrase empowerment, was born in 1921 in Recife, Brazil. He was educated in Recife. He got a degree in education there in 1959. From 1964 to 1969, he worked for UNESCO, Julian Huxley's UNESCO, in Chile. In 1969, for the next year and a half, he went to Harvard, where he worked with a Harvard education program, including field activity in the United States, which is something we ought to look into, find out what he was doing. In 1970, he moved to Geneva, where he was employed for the next 2.5 decades by the World Council of Churches as a consultant on the subject of quote-unquote education. They principally deployed him to Africa. Now, what did Freire do in Africa for the World Council of Churches? And mind you, you'll hear about this in Tony's presentation. The World Council of Churches can be described perhaps as a kind of ecumenical front group of the Church of England combined with the British Colonial Office. That's what the World Council of Churches is. It's an international deployment of the Church of England. This is British we're talking about. What was Freire doing on the World Council of Churches payroll in Africa? The next transparency, please. In Freire's own words, he said the following: the World Council of Churches had lent strong support to many African liberation movements even before my participation. I was not the one who initiated the involvement of the World Council with these movements. The World Council never ceased to give assistance to those liberation movements, such as the ones Linda has described. In the 1971 collection of essays, which included the study by Museveni, which Linda was just reading from, in that very same pamphlet, in the introduction, lengthy praise is expressed for Paulo Freire. And what the author of the introduction says about Freire is the following, and I quote, "He has elaborated on Fanon's theory and broken new ground. There is a strong case for a new guerrilla armed only with the kind of teaching and learning techniques described by educationalists like Freire." Now, what are those learning techniques? Freire's most famous book is called Pedagogy of the Oppressed. It's like The Wretched of the Earth of Fanon. What it is, it's a manual for recruiting to Jacobin hordes of the sort I've just described in the case of the MST, or the Kabila movement, or Museveni's movement. It's a manual for recruiting based on induced existentialism, nihilism, and pessimism as a worldview. Induced. Freire worked with the top leadership of the guerrilla movements of Mozambique, Cape Verde, Angola, and other countries in Africa. And in Ibero-America, his policies were implemented as the quote-unquote educational policy in Cuba, in Nicaragua, in many parts of Brazil, and so on. This guy was all over the place on the payroll of the World Council of Churches. What is his concept of education? Well, I'll tell you what it's not. It ain't Platonic. Next slide, please. Paulo Freire, in a 1970 writing, published most appropriately in the Harvard Educational Review, says the following: Socratic intellectualism, which mistook the definition of the concept for knowledge of the thing defined, and this knowledge is virtue, did not constitute a true pedagogy of knowing. Plato's theory of dialogue failed to go beyond the Socratic theory. Right? So what he is saying is that Plato is wrong for trying to define knowledge as actually a concept as opposed to knowledge of a thing, of a specific thing. And in the immediate next paragraph, next slide please, Freire puts forward his idea of what his adult literacy proposals and programs implemented. He said the following: the adult literacy process must engage the learners in the constant problematizing, whatever that means. It's like empowerment, I guess. The constant, it's interesting, we put this through the computer for spell check and it stopped at problematizing. So, which simply proves that Paulo Freire is stupider than a computer, and that's very stupid. So, the adult literacy process must engage the learners in the constant problematizing of their existential situations, employing generative words chosen by specialized educators in a preliminary investigation of the, quote, minimal linguistic universe of the future learners. The minimal linguistic universe. The words are chosen for their pragmatic value as linguistic signs which command a common understanding. Now, this is pure radical nominalism. The only thing which is real is the name or the label on a thing. No verbs, only things, no change, only objects which exist, and if you can put a label on it, especially if it's in your minimal linguistic universe, not a lot of things, just a little thing, few things, it's very important. That is what actual knowledge is, according to Paulo Freire. Now, let's compare this. Think of Plato. Think of Plato's concept. Think in particular of what he does in the Meno with a slave boy. Right? It's important to remember that slave boy. Let's actually get that other slide, Joe. It's an image that people need to have in their mind while we're discussing this aspect of what actual knowledge is. No. Number 34. It's the kids, the children. Yeah. In the Meno, Plato is able to show the stupid people who he's trying to educate that he can induce in the mind of even a slave boy the creation of a concept of geometry which is far beyond anything that the Aristotelians that he's otherwise talking to are capable of. And he shows that it is possible to create in the mind, or induce the creation in the mind of another person, of a concept. Now think of what that idea of learning and knowledge versus what Freire is talking about here and his minimal linguistic universe. Freire's proposal is to take people who have the potential, as the slave boy in Meno has that potential, and to instead turn them into slaves through radical nominalism, through menticide. And it's a very intentional program. It's a Tavistockian program. This approach to knowledge or education has been polemicized against many times. It's not only Plato. Let's look at what Cusa had to say on this in one of his dialogues, a Platonic dialogue called The Layman About Mind. Because Cusa addresses exactly this issue of what real knowledge is. Is it names? Or is there something else, something beyond? And Cusa says, mind is the power in us which embraces conceptually the exemplars of all things. Mind is a living substance. Its function in this body is to give it life, and because of this, it is called soul. Mind is a substantial form of power. Now, Cusa had also said, genus, in the same dialogue, genus and species, insofar as they are matters of naming, are mental constructs which human reason has made for itself. Now, again, insofar as the mind creates names, names do exist, but they are the result of a prior mental activity. There is a prior mental activity which can provide names for things, but the names of those things is not the knowledge. There's a prior process, which is this. What is that process? It is the power of the mind to embrace conceptually the exemplars of all things, or Plato's concept of ideas or forms is the same thing. And it is this substantial power of mind, which he calls soul as well, it is what gives our body life, and it is what makes man imago viva Dei. The next transparency, please. Because he says our mind is the image of that infinite being. Knowledge of God, his face, is accessible only in mental reality whose object is truth. It is not further accessible except through mind, so that mind may be the image of God. If with Freire, or Aristotle, or Museveni, or Sartre, or Heidegger, you deny the existence or you destroy the mind such that it not have that capability of concept creation prior to naming things, you are destroying that within man which makes him as in the image of God. You're making him a beast. It's menticide. You will produce beasts like Museveni. You will produce beasts like Kabila. You will produce beasts like the MST. Because you are forcibly indoctrinating and brainwashing people to destroy that capability which distinctly and uniquely is, as Cusa defines, what makes man as in the image of God. But Freire was even worse. Freire was actually against language altogether. He thought that what should be taught in Portuguese Africa was not brainwashed, decorticated Portuguese nouns. He was in favor of Creole. Just the same way that Swahili, right? The Swahili example Linda was talking about. He was for Creole. And in fact, at one point, Freire, the consummate racist, says that pantomime is the natural language of Africans. Shades of Al Jolson. Now, this got to be a heated debate between Freire and some of his almost equally revolutionary comrades. In Cape Verde, for example, they refused. They said it should be Portuguese. We want to brainwash people in Portuguese. And he said, no, you got to brainwash them in Creole. And then he came up with the final put-down. He said, quote, "This is a resistance to re-Africanization, or perhaps a subtle refusal on the part of assimilated Cape Verdeans to commit class suicide," close quote. Now, there is another renowned author who, with Cusa, has addressed this issue of language and its relationship to actual knowledge. And with your indulgence, I'm going to read you two paragraphs from Gulliver's Travels. He says, Swift says, "We next went to the School of Languages, where 3 professors sat in consultation upon improving that of their own country. The first project was to shorten discourse by cutting polysyllables into one and leaving out verbs and participles, because in reality, all things imaginable are but nouns. The other was a scheme for entirely abolishing all words whatsoever." Shades of Paulo Freire. "Abolishing all words whatsoever. And this was urged as a great advantage in point of health as well as brevity. For it is plain that every word we speak is in some degree a diminution of our lungs by corrosion, and consequently contributes to the shortening of our lives. An expedient thing was therefore offered, that since words are only names for things, it would be more convenient for all men to carry about them such things as were necessary to express the particular business they are to discourse on. And this invention would certainly have taken place to the great ease as well as health of the subject if the women, in conjunction with the vulgar and illiterate, had not threatened to raise a rebellion, unless they might be allowed the liberty to speak with their tongues after the manner of their forefathers. Such constant, irreconcilable enemies to science are the common people. However, many of the most learned and wise adhere to the new scheme of expressing themselves by things, which hath only this inconvenience attending it, that if a man's business be very great, and of various kinds, he must be obliged in proportion to carry a greater bundle of things upon his back, unless he can afford 1 or 2 strong servants to attend him. I have often beheld 2 of those sages almost sinking under the weight of their packs like peddlers among us, who when they met in the streets would lay down their loads, open their sacks, and hold conversation for an hour together, then put up their implements, help each other to resume their burdens, and take their leave. That's Jonathan Swift on the subject of language and nominalism. In addition to Paulo Freire, I want to conclude with brief mention of 2 of the other mind assassins involved in the MST movement. Leonardo Boff, a Franciscan defrocked monk who's a total psychotic, involved with the Gaia Foundation, a total enemy of the nation state. The next transparency, his view is the following. Mankind is in a difficult transition from the nation state to the world state, from the worldwide to the cosmic, from mass to energy to information and communication, from macro to micro, from materialism to holistic spiritualism. We are standing before a new planetary civilization. Now, Leonardo Boff, like Museveni, also praises Hitler, which is interesting enough. In the next transparency, you will find the following from Boff. Nazism can also be a mediation of the absolute. In Heideggerian thought, a person in jail can be more free than a person outside, because prisons are inside the person. Human beings attach themselves to their own selves and not to external reality. So if this gives you an eerie feeling of deja vu, having seen the quotes from Museveni that Linda referred to, there's a very good reason. They come from the same cookie cutter. And the final person I want to mention among the MST ideologues is Frei Beto, who is a theology of liberation New Ager, who has the following view of the way in which irrationalism must come to replace rationalism in theology, in science, and in organizing. The next slide, please. Frei Beto complained recently that in the West, the universities remain closed to methods of learning and symbolic living, such as intuition, premonition, astrology, tarot, I Ching, and in the case of Latin America, the religions and the rites and myths of indigenous and African origin. It is this view which was expressed in the concluding statement, next slide, of the 9th Inter-Ecclesiastical Encounter, which is the voice of our enemy. There should be greater respect shown for the growth of Pentecostalism. This is coming from a Brazilian religious meeting. Greater respect shown for the growth of Pentecostalism inside and outside the church. We must overcome certain preconceptions with regard to the members of the Pentecostal churches and inside the Catholic Church for charismatic renewal. There must be greater respect of indigenous myths, rites, and spirituality. And the next speaker, Tony Chaikin, will explain to you what that really means. Thank you very much.
In April 1993, followers of David Koresh were wiped out in a horrifying massacre at Waco, Texas. 2 years later, approaching the anniversary of that fiery death, enraged Americans, populists, many of your friends, the people you call on telephone, were being pumped up by the British as they approached the anniversary of Waco. There was a newsletter that came out from Lord Rees-Mogg in London with a false warning that the government was about to declare martial law, that Janet Reno was going to take away people's guns. They were going to have an assault on private militias, that the people would be disarmed. This is a newsletter from London to here, put out to the militia people. A man named John Rowland, the same day, March 22nd, 95, warned the news media, he sent this out to the newspapers, and the militias, that crowded public places were going to be bombed, and the bombings blamed on militia leaders. That's his words. This Rowland is a former Air Force officer and a globalist, world federalist, told me in an interview that his information on this bombing and all of his other information comes from intelligence agent contacts set up for him by the British writer Ambrose Evans Pritchard. That's where his information came from, through that Pritchard to these intelligence agencies. 4 weeks after these warnings were given by these gentlemen, the Oklahoma City Federal Building was blown up by terrorists and 168 people were killed. Now, this guy Rowland personally started the militia movement in Texas. He organized the Texas Constitutional Militia the year before the Oklahoma City bombing. So the British were prophets of this bombing. And they were pumping up the militia. They were pumping up the populists. Out in Texas, March 25th, right after this warning, just before the Oklahoma City bombing, the militia turned out to a rally to see if they would be slaughtered like Rees-Mogg said they would be by the federal government. Nothing happened, but they were being pumped and pumped and pumped. Now, last April of this year, there was a siege in southwest Texas. Do you remember that? It was the Republic of Texas separatist groups, completely deluded individuals, completely separate from all reality, historical and present. And they were threatening to repeat the Waco slaughter on a much larger scale. They were asking for reinforcements to come from around the country armed to join them in a big, huge shootout with the federal government. We intervened in that, and we found out, first of all, these people, the ones there, believe the world's about to end by God's judgment. So what's the difference? And that they're being led to hate their own country by being pumped up with anti-government lies against the United States government. So what we did is we found out the background of the chief provocateur, a guy who called himself White Eagle. That he was actually, after our investigation, we found that he was trained by an Air Force officer who was a New Age guru and who went around the world with British intelligence people like Gregory Bateson of MKUltra. We put this story out about this provocateur. We got it out to the militias and to the separatists themselves. So that what happened in this siege was it was discredited. People did not come and make this a big blow-up. It failed. That is, they gave up. You might have seen the end result in the newspaper. But reports came into us, and they continue to come into us. Many of you hear these reports and pass them along to us in Leesburg, of provocations, that people are being pumped up for civil war. They're being told that a civil war is inevitable. Using lies, pumping fear into people. The government is going to attack you. The government is going to enslave you. Washington is going to enslave you. You must arm against the United States. They're being told. One of the most persistent in this subversion is a man named Jim Ammerman. Now, you're going to hear right now, in a second, a tape, an audio tape made by him where he's talking about, first about Armageddon. The end of the world is about to happen and he's ready for it. And then he's going to say that the people are getting armed, the government is arming against the people, and we may have to have a civil war, but he's for it if it's necessary. He says that he is going out to mediate between the militias and the FBI. and he's got people on both sides of it. Play the audio.
Real close. And I'm ready for it. And I want it. I read the Bible through when I was 13 in 90 days that summer. And ever since then, I've said, Lord, let me live until you return. I want to be there for that glorious rapture experience.
Turn it up.
And now, I know there's going to be a few tough things happen just before then. I said, I don't care how tough it gets, I still want to be there. Now, at this point, the best thing I can say about America's situation is that many people in America, citizens, good, honest, upright citizens, and many of them sold-out Christians, are arming themselves against our own government. Back and forth across this nation, it's happening. And the other side of the story is our government is arming itself and preparing special units against our own citizens. Now, that's the calmest thing I can say to you this morning, because it's worse than that, really. And these people are saved. I had a man call me. I'm meeting with some leaders of militia, and this is the only militiaman that I know by name and could identify. I've met a lot of them, and a lot of them have talked to me. I make sure I can't identify them, and I don't know their name, but for their protection and mine. And then I can say, I don't know any militia. But I'll tell you what, they're in a protective mode to protect and conserve what God gave us in this great nation. But here's what they're saying, and I'm to meet with 8 of them down in Central Texas and with 5 FBI leaders next Saturday. We're going to have an all-day meeting. And I've been saying, God, let us begin to communicate and tell the story that needs to be told so that the officials up the line will understand the people. Because our leaders in Washington, they don't understand us. I don't think they care. But they don't know and understand, and I'm going to do what I can to communicate. Because I'd rather have a battle of words than a battle of bullets. I've lived through 3 wars, and I just soon not have another one now that I'm up in my 70s. But if I have to, I will.
Now, this man is a retired military officer, colonel. He was a chaplain in the armed forces and special forces and some other things. But he now controls 200 chaplains in the armed forces, in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Marines throughout the world, also inside the FBI and in prisons throughout the country. He's the head of a network of chaplains. He controls their paychecks. If he says to the government, this man doesn't represent our group, they have to fire him. His bulletins and faxes and audio and videotapes are being pushed onto separatists and militias all over the country. Everybody in the Republic of Texas group dotes on this. And I talked to an awful lot of them about this. Now we're going to see a video. And you're going to see him warning his militia viewers, that's who's watching these things, and separatist viewers about the imminent military takeover of the United States. He warns that the military is training to seize the cities and put the people under slavery. Maybe dim the lights. Dim the lights, please.
Welcome to the Prophecy Club, where we study and research Bible prophecy. Our topic tonight is the imminent military takeover of the USA 2. This will be the second video that we make of Jim Ammerman. Now, we prophecy students look at the Bible and we say, wow, some of this seems to be coming to pass. We look at the newsletter and say, there's some more of it coming to pass. But we're basically blessed to hear tonight some additional information that you'll never hear, you'll never see in the newspaper or on TV. Now, our speaker tonight is uniquely qualified to talk on it. He has 26 years in the military. He was the head military chaplain for the Army, and he is now retired. He is former Green Beret, CIA. and has a top secret security clearance. Will you help me welcome Jim Ammerman?
Training as a part of the multi-jurisdictional task force, and that main training is at Fort Polk, Louisiana, where they just built a $20 million city to train in. It's only the outside of the buildings. I went down there. I get there fairly often. I have a granddaughter that's an Army doctor there, and I have some chaplains assigned there. So I have an official reason to go down there, a logical reason. And I said, why do we have a city like this? Oh, this is in case we train so that in case we need to go over to Africa like Somalia again. Somalia doesn't have any cities like ours. That's not what they're training for. They're training how to take you out of your home, out of your office and all. Before they moved to Fort Polk, they trained at Fort Chaffee, Arkansas, just east of Fort Smith, Arkansas. And it still has its moat training facility, as does every major ground training, both Army and Marine. That's infantry, ground forces. To control terrain, to control people, you must have ground forces. You can kill them from the air, you can sink their ships, but to control people and to control landmass, you must have ground forces. There's no other way to do it. And so all of them are being trained. I have in my files, I can't carry it all around.
Military lingo,
I have an 18-wheeler to haul the stuff around. But I have the 6-page questionnaire. You've heard about that was given about 3 years ago at 29 Palms Infantry Training Center for the Marines out in the desert, Mojave Desert. And some Marines there, you know, it's pretty tough to control all Americans. And some of those young Marines got an extra copy and brought it out. And then they published it. And so I got a copy of it, the full thing. And it started out very innocuous. Your name, rank, serial number, where you were born, and all these things that, you know, people in the service have been asked many times. But you get down to the last question and it said, if America chooses to disarm its citizens and they refused, would you shoot American civilians? And they were supposed to answer yes or no. And some answered yes. Would you believe they were put in a special detachment for special training and were given a United Nations ID card when they finished the training? That's pretty serious stuff, isn't it? They were placed under United Nations control because they would shoot civilians.
Buck! Now, later in this tape, he says to the loud applause of this Prophecy Club audience that Jane Fonda should have been executed publicly. Oh, rah, rah! Because people are angry. They're angry what happened in the Vietnam War. They're angry about the government. Right after they're applauding, while they got their blood up, he says, and right behind her they should have executed Bill Clinton. And they're quiet. Are we applauding for that too? I'm not sure, right? And he, in many of his tapes and discussions, he says that Clinton has killed dozens or hundreds of people and deserves the punishment that is obvious for that. That he has committed crimes of immense magnitude to cover up his murders. Now, he was down there in Texas working in that siege, as I was from Leesburg. In other words, he was down there mediating from the separatists to the FBI. He was the intermediary. A guy pumping people up to attack and overthrow the government and assassinate the president. Okay, now, populists get this kind of material. What do we mean by populists today? All right, first slide. Here's an ad that is in a magazine called the Barnes Review that goes out to populists in America. It's published by Willis Carto, publisher of Spotlight magazine. This is an ad for a book called Friedrich Nietzsche, written by the Nazi propagandist Alfred Rosenberg. And it describes Nietzsche as a social populist. This is an open Nazi magazine. Next. This is an ad for a I guess it's a video, a tape, an audio tape or something, Battle Songs and Marches of the German Armed Forces in World War II. You can buy this if you send money to the NS Publications. The Aryan nations and Ku Klux Klan and Christian identity movements are being pumped up with this type of material, with a whole cross-section of precisely what Ammerman is getting out. Now these movements, as we have demonstrated, as we demonstrated to the police authorities in Europe, are riddled by and are run by professional provocateurs, professional intelligence agents. There is no indigenous movement of that sort. And we have discredited and wrecked several of the leaders of these things, including Gary Lauck, who is a British intelligence agent who is now in jail in Germany. So these people are aiming for race war, separatism, and disintegration of the United States. Now, Ammerman is a clergyman. What kind of a clergyman is he? Well, he's called Pentecostal or charismatic. His chaplaincy is called, so you can make a record of this, the Full Gospel Chaplaincy. That's a denomination that he made up with his backers. So what do we mean by that? Well, he speaks in tongues. That is, he speaks nonsense words or syllables, and this is to take the place of prayer. He claims to have supernatural powers. He claims to have power of prophecy. In one instance, a guy came up to the stage in pain, and Ammerman said that God told me that 12 years ago you were in an auto accident and injured your left shoulder. God didn't tell him that. It's like some of the Masonic insurance companies used to have people out there who told them personal things about the people so they could cancel their life insurance. So we investigated. This is a pretty startling case of a man who's pumping people up for civil war, and he's running chaplains in a confidential relationship to servicemen all over the world. How is he protected? How does he get away with this? So when he says on his speeches that his chaplains in the armed forces tell him about the movements of American armed forces so that he can alert people to counteract them. So how does he get away with that if he is officially running these things in the military? Well, we have a network of retired and active duty people in the military. We call them followers of Toffler, third wave, new age futurists. And they are also, at the same time, the same people, end times freaks. They're in the Army, the Navy, the Marines, the Air Force, the Special Forces, active duty, retired, and reserves. I'm not talking about all military people, quite the contrary. I'm talking about people who have a lot of power and who are very dangerous. Ammerman told me in an interview that when the showdown comes between the government and the people, quote, there is a network of colonels and above throughout the military who would stand by the Constitution and against the President. They know who they are, and they are in close communication with each other. They could control the country if they need to. We found that there is a globalist corruption within the military. This man, Ammerman, and many others like him that you hear about, warn about globalists. But it is those globalists who created Ammerman's organization, who put him up to his treason. He talks about foreign troops on American soil. How many people have heard that story? There's foreign troops here. There's foreigners in America. Did you know that? Now, what does he mean by foreign troops? Well, he says particularly German troops. And he pumps this thing up about German troops in America. And then he slips in the word after he's repeated about a German soldier in Dulles Airport, a German soldier down in Texas. He says enemy troops. He substitutes the word enemy for foreign. That's called a demagogue. The British are not foreign in his lexicon. They are his guides. Now, there was a fight in the Pentagon about this matter of allowing this abomination to exist within our military. When his group applied for the permission to have him be the endorser for these chaplains in 1983, there was a fight that took 13 months. And unfortunately, well, the traditionalists fought against this, but this was the era of George Bush, vice president, running covert operations, with Oliver North working for him, who is one of these Pentecostalists. They had a fight, and this was put through after 13 months. Now, this is the foreign operation in the United States. This is a British underground network that goes through the military, through Pentecostalism, and through the militias. The British globalists who set up his chaplaincy created the Pentecostal movement. They seek to reduce Americans to mindlessness, to the conception of lower animals. We have to demonstrate that. You'll see that. I think you can reflect about that to begin with. Think about the fact that the British Empire, the Anglicans, the high church, the people in suits and very conservative bankers of that sort, high aristocrats, the lords of the earth, who look down on the people who take up their manipulated faiths, their manipulated movements. They have gathered themselves low church subjects in the United States and throughout the world. Next. Okay, now, this is 1968. And the man pictured here, General Ralph Haines, is the man who commissioned this Ammerman chaplaincy to be set up. He asked Ammerman to set this up. This Washington Post article pictures General Haines when he was running the United States Army, all Army troops within the continental United States. He was in charge of all the counterinsurgency and intelligence operations underneath him and deploying them, moving his troops into Detroit and Washington, D.C. to counter riots before and after the Martin Luther King assassination. If you think the military or somebody connected to the military might have had something to do with the assassinations or the riots, ask him about it. He told the media that there was a plan that he was activating that he called Operation Garden Plot, which was for the military to link up with local police departments and state governments and with the FBI to take over all cities in the United States, for the military to move into them and take them over. And he used the counterintelligence files of the military on the dissidents that might be active in all the cities. This is what he told me. So he made headlines there, but he faded away. Ammerman warns about a military takeover of the United States. And this is the man who asked him to set up his organization and who's on his board and lectures to his chaplains right now. Next slide. How did Haines go from counterinsurgency to this insurgency against the United States? Well, this is a New York Times little tiny article, 1973, years later, when Haines retired from the U.S. Army. He told me in an interview about his fateful experience in 1971. General Haines went to a meeting of a Masonic-like organization called the Full Gospel Businessmen's Fellowship. I'm sure some of you in the audience have heard about that. The meeting was run by a British intelligence asset, a professional brainwasher named Harold Bredesen. Haines told me that the businessmen there were speaking out and tears were running down their cheeks. He said, I was getting very uncomfortable. I signaled to my aide, let's get going, let's get out of here. But Harold leaned over to me. He said, are you charismatic? I thought it over. I answered, I don't think so. Well, what did charismatic mean? Harold was the speaker. People were putting up their hands in uncontrolled fervor. I put my hands up a little bit, the discreet Episcopal level. People asked me, General, what's your problem? Why only half-mast? After Harold gave his talk, there was renewed praising of the Lord. My hands crept up to fully extended. I felt things happening to me. I felt things beyond my comprehension. It was not elation. I was dazed by it. Everyone crowded around me. They could all see something was happening. People closed in on me. I got out. I went to my room. I wanted to be alone. Harold came and ministered to me. The next day I saw that the speech I was to deliver to them was pabulum. What would satisfy these people? The people were saying the general got zapped last night. So, though I used the core of what I had prepared, I now spoke differently, tailoring it to what had happened. I then thought, I don't know what God wants of me, but I'm ready to do what he says. Next. A few days after he retired from the active duty, he starts a new career. He went to this meeting in Dallas, 73, to organize and supervise the Pentecostal element in the Episcopal Church, along with some world agents of that organization. Next. 1978. Haynes went to England for this Anglican meeting and other strategy sessions in England. And I'm learning more about what was going on then. The objective, this was in the Lambeth Palace, or Canterbury Cathedral. I guess this would be in the cathedral. But the idea of these meetings was to set up a worldwide drive to spread Pentecostalism, to spread this lunacy of his, what he was inducted into. I'm not speaking now about what Pentecostalism is. I'll get to that in a minute. But what he went through, he was now being induced to spread around the world under the guidance of the Queen of England's church. And he met with the top leaders of that church and was working in strategy sessions with them to spread it around the world. Now, it was at that point that Ammerman was asked by Haynes to set up this organization that we just mentioned, this chaplain's operation. We're going to get back to the origin of Pentecostalism. To get into the game, get deeper into this to see what's the game they're playing. There's something called the British Israel mythology. And this underlies much of the popular, hold a second, much of the popular delusion of the United States citizens in religion as well as politics. It is eminently Masonic because it was a theory of what happened in the world that had been crafted by earlier generations in England, but it was perfected in the mid-19th century by the British government, British Foreign Office, Queen Victoria, Foreign Ministry, and so forth. Put this on here now. This is the story, the British Israel myth of the British Empire, that the ancient Israelites left Palestine and migrated, in this map by the lines that they show, from Palestine to Britain. And how silly this is, you can tell by the fact that at first they said, and that makes Britain the chosen people of God. How silly it is that the original story was that these chosen people wandered to Germany as well, and the Nordic peoples as a whole were the chosen people. But in the 1870s, Germany broke with Britain's policy on free trade. so they cut them out of the story, and they said, our archaeologists have just found out that Syria moved up there, and they're the ancient Assyrians, so Germany is satanic, and Russia is Gog of the Bible. Now, what follows from this is that Queen Victoria is not the whore of Babylon. After all, she is descended from King David, which makes her a blood relative of Jesus Christ. If you want to figure out how that works with the Virgin Mary, don't bother. But this also means, most emphatically, that the British Empire is of God and that America made a mistake in its revolution, because they are the blood brothers of the chosen people. They should give it up, rejoin the empire. Next. So at the time of the turn of the century, when Pentecostalism was born, the aims of British Israelism were very explicit. Here is a British Israel pamphlet entitled The Anglo-American Alliance in Prophecy, or the Promises to the Fathers. Remember, why the pyramid, which they managed to get on American seal? Why the pyramid? What is that about? Well, they claim that you can look inside a pyramid for clues to what the Christian Bible means. So it comes from the fact that the Masons were commissioned by the British royal family to go to Palestine and dig underneath Jerusalem to find secrets, and then to reinterpret the Bible according to secrets found by the British Army. So this idea, where they say that the Americans should give up their independence, rejoin the British Empire, underlies both Pentecostalism and the Christian identity movement, which is an offshoot of this movement. You have to understand one additional element, and that is that the Jews become a commodity in the marketplace here. And there's two uses for them. One use is that they're sent back to Palestine. I guess they're an extra tribe that is wandering around, surplus, and they need to be sent back to set up a Zionist state there and bring about a war with the Muslims and the end of the world. That's for some people. And then another way of using this extra people is to exterminate them, and this is in the Christian identity movement, both of them explicitly from British Israelism. Next. If you study Pentecostal religion in the history books, such as they are, you will find that this gentleman is the initiator of Pentecostalism. He is named Charles F. Parham. He is a preacher in Kansas. In 1901, people started speaking in tongues in his church. Spread from there. Now, he was a British Israel fanatic. He had been trained for about a year in the British Israel cult. He had gone to Maine to join a cult up there and be trained there. He toured Canada, and he was a race fanatic of the British Israel cult. And he initiated the method of speaking in tongues in America. Next. Here is the gavel that Mr. Parham brought back from Palestine and donated to the Masons, his Masonic lodge in Kansas. Next. On the right, you see a black preacher named William J. Seymour, who took the message of speaking in tongues from this incredible phenomena of this race fanatic down in Kansas who was going around the country spreading this. He took this to California, which became a big base for this, and he had a revival on Azusa Street in California in 1906. The funny thing about this is that when he was learning from Parham, he wasn't allowed to sit in the hall. He had to sit either outside in the hallway or out the window, because the guy starting this speaking in tongues was such a race fanatic, racist. You see on the left there snake handling. This is from a dictionary of charismatic activities. This was an experiment on American blacks to see what could be done in the new era of Jim Crow laws and Teddy Roosevelt's presidency. The origin of Pentecostalism tended to fade from view when Charles Parham was arrested for sodomizing one of his followers. His career was destroyed, and he went on to become a stump speaker for the Ku Klux Klan. But Pentecostalism, minus its founder, was established in things like the Assemblies of God and other churches, but it was feared as either satanic or fake by mainline Protestant and Catholic churches. Now, the British, taking this experiment among American blacks to their newly conquered South Africa, in 1908, they had just beaten the Boers, the Dutch settlers, in a war, and they had to subdue the Zulus. They had a war with the Zulus there, blacks, or part of the blacks, and so they brought in Pentecostalism. They had observers in the United States who went to South Africa and under the British rule worked on the Zulus and had them falling on the stage, on the altar, in heaps, fainting, hypnotized, moaning, jerking around, screaming, speaking in tongues. Cecil Rhodes, the race strategist down there in South Africa, told the Pentecostalists, this was called the Apostolic Faith Mission, that you have done more to subdue the Zulus than any military could have done. Now, Cecil Rhodes and Milner, the governor, the British governor in South Africa, and a group connected with them set up the Round Table, the British race strategists, who with Rhodes' idea of spreading a white racialist empire around the world, and including getting back the United States, eventually setting up the Council on Foreign Relations. This was the British colonial apparatus in Africa, experimenting on how to increase an empire, how to destroy the minds and the spirits of the people there. One of the spin-offs from the British missionary and colonial apparatus was called the World Council of Churches. This was started in 1937 in England, and it was organized as a spin-off of the International Missionary Council of the British Empire. A guy named Oldham was the head of that, and then he sat down with Curtis and Lord Lothian, and they planned this conference to set up the World Council of Churches as a British Empire apparatus. These are the bishops at the founding conference in 1937. Now, the British were getting ready to launch a new round of Pentecostalism in the United States, and they called this the Charismatic Renewal. Next. So, this man, if you look it up again in the history books, such as they are, you will see his name is David du Plessis, and he was a South African, British subject. He was the head of that church that subdued the Zulus, called the Apostolic Faith Mission. He became known as Mr. Pentecost in the world because under the British government, he went out throughout the world, and particularly in America, and rammed this through to get this set up again, to get this credited as something worthwhile. How did this work? Mr. du Plessis was adopted by the World Council of Churches, executive, who took him around to the Protestant churches and to the Catholic churches in the Vatican, and took him around to Yale and Harvard, and told the people in America, in the old days you thought that Pentecostalism was either satanic or fake, it was a clown show. Well, now, we authorities, we Anglicans, we World Council of Churches authorities assure you that this is now the era for Pentecostalism to be respected. It's not a freak show, it's not satanic. We give it credentials. And that's the way this thing was worked. Mr. du Plessis set up this full gospel businessmen's fellowship with Oral Roberts and a little clique of people. A guy named Shakarian was a front man for that. They have a central group now that is actually headquartered at Oral Roberts University in Tulsa, Oklahoma, that is in charge of spreading this abomination throughout the world. It involves Ammerman, Oral Roberts, a guy named Benny Hinn, Ken Copeland, Stephen Strang, and some other people. Next. Now, keeping in mind that Mr. Duplessis was traveling on a British passport, that he called for UN rule throughout the world because he worked with the UN as well as the World Council of Churches. Here's another member of this central clique, Harold Bredesen. Remember his name? He was the guy at that meeting where General Haynes got zapped. That's Harold. He was trained by, as he wrote, a very strange organization called the International Christian Leadership Group. It was started in Washington during World War II by the British Air Attaché. That's the British intelligence guy in the British Air Force office in Washington. Started this so-called Christian group. Then it was taken over by, in Britain, by a guy who was in the British Admiralty and the Archbishop of Canterbury's office simultaneously. Next. But this organization actually then became sponsored officially and had its conferences in the royal palaces of the Dutch monarchy. It was sponsored by the Dutch royal family. These are the people who are training these brainwashers. Now, it's very interesting if you hear somebody saying that they're against the globalists or they're against the establishment. Here is a faith that was actually put up by people who may feel themselves to be conservatives against liberalism, right? This series of conferences organizing this leadership group that zapped General Haynes and eventually brought in Pat Robertson. This leadership group was formed by these two individuals and their friend, their immediate family, the Queen, the Prince Bernard and Queen Juliana, at the same time as they were setting up the Bilderbergers Group in the same place and the World Wildlife Fund with Prince Philip. Next. Oh wait, hold on, keep that here. There's a Dutch, famous. She was a scandal. She was a faith healer. That was a totally insane woman attached to the royal family of Holland. Because these people are as nuts as what they try to impose on other people. They're completely insane. Just because they're rich and powerful doesn't mean they're not totally insane. Next. Dr. Vereda up there, and these are extremely rare photographs. The guy up in the upper left with Princess Wilhelmina was the man who trained Bredesen. And there she is with Queen Juliana. Next. Now, Pentecostalism really took off in the 1960s. This is a headline from the San Francisco Chronicle about the dispute that broke out about Pentecostalism. Where did the dispute break out? Well, in the Episcopal Church. Because remember, the Episcopal Church is affiliated with the Anglican Church. It officially split off in the American Revolution. But guess what? A lot of people weren't part of that program. They're called Tories or traitors. And this church, as an arm of the Anglican Church, again, was used to launch Pentecostalism in the United States. It was an Englishman named Bennett, who was out there in Van Nuys, California, in an Episcopal church, who announced in 1960 to his congregation, "I have started speaking in tongues." And this was put in Time magazine, Newsweek magazine, and there was a big fight in the church. The official doctrine was defended by Bishop Pike in California. So that's how it was spread. But next. It wasn't just some sort of publicity because people were interested in the story. There was a central organ, a magazine, a central organization for spreading this everywhere. It was called the Blessed Trinity Society. This was their magazine. Very, very rare. Only exists in a few archives. Next. The board of this magazine was David du Plessis, the British intelligence agent on the right, and the chairman of the board, Harold, the Anglo-Dutch intelligence officer. There's a woman down here, Jean Stone, the second line there. She was the editor, and her husband was a very wealthy Lockheed aircraft director who was a ferocious Anglican loyalist. In other words, loyal to England, and former Navy officer. And what they did is they intervened, they mediated with rich Americans who could be counted on to back anything that Britain wanted to do in America. So they spread Pentecostalism and speaking in tongues among the lower orders of Americans, not rich people. It started with this set, but it was spread by them to these poor lower orders of people. And they told in Trinity magazine how this charismatic renewal was spread in conjunction with the mother church in England. That they tell this story back and forth. Now, how did the British strategists view what they were doing to the Americans? How'd they think about this? Well, I'm going to show you a book. Jeff mentioned this. It has, put it on. This is the cover of the book. It's called The Battle for the Mind. And on the cover, right above that, you might be able to read The Mechanics of Indoctrination, Brainwashing, and Thought Control. This book was published in 1957 when they were gearing this thing up. Dr. William Sargent was a psychiatrist with the Tavistock Institute, and probably more important for your consideration, he has a career on the staff of Maudsley Hospital in England, which is the British Center for what is known as eugenic psychiatry, or psychiatric eugenics. This was the methodology and the pretext for starting the T4 organization under Adolf Hitler, and it was managed by the British, by this group of people who spread Pentecostalism into the United States. The United States military began thinking along the lines of needing indoctrination, brainwashing, and thought control, at least a current among them, a very important current, after Douglas MacArthur was fired. We need mind war. We don't need nations that produce steel. We need terror bombing. We need psychological warfare. We need computer games. Next. This is from the book. Here you see people being put into voodoo trances and possession. You have 3 photographs here of pagans, quote, pagans, unquote. The bottom, you see people in Bali. He says, technique used in Bali makes worshippers believe they are possessed by the spirits of monkeys. Now, Harold Bredesen writes in a recent article in Charisma magazine. Remember, this is the magician preacher that captured Haynes and who trained Pat Robertson. Bredesen says the way demons operate. Unclean spirits come into a medium, violate her personality, and speak through her. But rest assured that what we're doing is different. The Holy Spirit doesn't want mediums, robots, or zombies. He instructs you how to speak in tongues. Don't speak words your mind understands. As long as you do, your mind will remain in control. Next. Same book. Now we got Christians. The last one was pagans. Now we have, quote, Christians, unquote. It's being studied by the British psychiatrists. While they're doing this, while they're making this thing up for Americans to follow. terminal exhaustion, states of acute excitement leading to the final phase of total collapse are purposefully worked for in potential converts during religious snake handling. Next. This is a blow-up. All phenomena are explained as the work of the Holy Ghost. Next. Similar effects being produced in a non-religious setting in Great Britain by the use of rhythmic drumming and dancing in the recent craze for, quote, rock and roll, unquote. They hadn't yet exported it here. Next. This is a later book by the same author. When they had exported it, and this shows it's the same subject, and it says beetle possession. Now remember, Bredesen goes to Pat Robertson, the son of a member of the Churchill family. His mother's a Churchill. Very proud of that. Winston Churchill's family. His father is a Wall Street and London stooge, head of the banking committee in the United States Senate. And Bredesen goes to young Pat Robertson and gets him as an operative in this initiative. I'm not talking about a religion. In this initiative, this little group. Now, how did you have this tolerated in our country? What's going on? When a British political asset can do this kind of thing. Next. Here is, going back to that Dallas meeting in 1973, this is a pamphlet that they put out from the meeting. Again, a very rare item. It shows General Ralph Haines up there and David du Plessis. They're both speaking at this meeting, and note the topics that they're speaking on. General Haines is speaking on the starving souls of hollow men. And David du Plessis says the Holy Spirit is a ghost no longer. Read Schiller's Ghost Seer about this sort of thing. Haines is in his new career working alongside of mercenaries, working alongside of former military, active military, and British private armies all over the world. He goes to London from this meeting, and he gets plugged into Anglican worldwide operations and British Empire worldwide operations, as you've heard described here on this stage today. Now, I spoke to the guy that drove him around England just a couple of days ago. And he is the head of an organization, a British so-called Christian organization called the Officers Christian Union. And if you're from any country in the world, listen up, because this British organization has penetrated your military. Next. The branch in the United States of this organization is called the Officers Christian Fellowship. Pray, discover, obey. It was founded in 1943 as a U.S. branch of this British global organization. In their own history, they say that their group was founded in 1851 in India. Remember, this is an American military officers group. Our group was founded in 1851 in India, where as Rudyard Kipling wrote, there was the white man's burden and so on and so forth. The head of this whole organization worldwide is the governor of the Isle of Man, and former deputy chief of staff of England. They had a meeting, a worldwide meeting in 1994 in Norfolk, Virginia Beach, where 90 countries got together to discuss how the militaries were going to be penetrated by this organization. Next. One of the chief speakers for this organization is former Colonel Oliver North. Here he's shown testifying during the Iran-Contra hearings. One of the men who writes in the history book of this group is General Graves, the current superintendent of West Point. I believe he's the current superintendent. He was superintendent when this book came out a couple of years ago. This extends into Mexico. It's very active in the Mexican military. In South America, it's very active in the Russian military. The guy running this on a day-to-day basis, Major Fillingham, said to me, well, you know, we've chosen an intermediary organization with a very ambiguous title. And he rattled off several words in a title of a group that they control. He said, well, we need this intermediary because it's very sensitive. You see, in the third world, they'll think that this is MI5 or CIA or something like that. Next. How'd they get this started in America? Something as awful as that. Well, it was started by this man. This is really a rare photograph. Hayes Kroner, a U.S. Army general, who was the head of military intelligence in the War Department during World War II. Not OSS, but one of Stimson's people. Now, I last saw his name in Who's Who in 1946. I said, what happened to the guy? I can't find him. He disappears from the historical record. Finally solved the mystery. He changed his name. He became, instead of the Georgia-born Hayes Kroner, he adopted a British accent, and he became Hayes Kroner Ashby de Grey. And he moved to England and died in England in the 1970s. And I was talking to Linda de Hoyos about this form of pathetic corruption of the mind. Why would Americans do something like this? To worship England or the British in this fashion? She said, well, remember that they're not worshiping the English people. They don't want to talk like Cockney in the street. They don't like that type of people. They yearn to be higher aristocrats, the lords of the earth, who are more respectable than Americans. So if you want to, you hear somebody on the telephone and he rants and screams about they don't care about some other countries. You ever hear somebody talk like that? I just care about America. I want the foreigners out of America. You got a big job to do, don't you? Get the foreigners out of America. How about the British? How about the people that have imposed their will on this country, including your mind? Why don't you stop playing the stooge for the only foreigners who are an important threat to our country? Now, there's a little secret intelligence organization of Jim Ammerman, operating principally in Texas and some other places. It's called the Mount Rushmore Foundation. And he's the chaplain for it and the strategist. And one of their leaders is a guy named General Benton Parton, Ben Parton. You might have heard of him. He's made a name for himself, a nuclear weapons specialist and explosives man, former retired military. He's been put on the media a lot for saying, naturally, reasonably enough, that McVeigh could not have blown up Oklahoma City building by himself. But what is not put on the media very much is his general ideas of Parton. Parton believes the U.S. government is essentially a communist government. He has subscribed since the 1940s to the British Israelite publication of Kenneth de Courcy's writings. And he is a fanatic Anglophile to the point of literal insanity. Parton is the founder, along with a guy down in South Africa, of a group, and he's on the board, called the Frontline Fellowship. And they are at war in Africa. They are actually carrying out armed conflict all over Africa. The so-called missionaries in this group, as he described it to me, are former scouts of the South African Army. The leader of it, Peter Hammond, the African leader, Peter Hammond, is a former officer in South African government, supposedly. But this organization, as we know, is part of a group of military and other organizations putting siege to Sudan and Nigeria, Kenya, and having just carried out this genocide. This is a book they put out. This guy Parton, Ammerman's partner, put out about Sudan. And chapter 3, imagine an American general having this view of history. Chapter 3 is about a homosexual drunk who helped kill 20 million Chinese and then tried to conquer Sudan, named Chinese Gordon. British Empire general, mass genocidalist, lunatic who was finally stopped by the Sudanese when they won their independence. He is put forward as the model Christian for the entire world to follow, as particular Americans. Part of this book explains why he is not a pederast and a homosexual and a drunk. Next. Now, at this point, we have to get into the heavy artillery. You know what a vampire is? This is garlic. Stops vampires. You need this in Norfolk because you have a guy down there named Pat Robertson. This is a flyer put out by Pat Robertson's organization. He's being endorsed by former President George Bush for his work, particularly in Africa. Pat Robertson's Christian Broadcasting Network was set up by Harold Bredesen, who was the chairman of that organization, and the money for it was raised by the Full Gospel Businessmen's Fellowship in their Masonic activities all over the world for the British Empire. That's the history of it. Pat Robertson tried to back out of it. He was put back into action by Bredesen and the Full Gospel people. Same thing, Ammerman tried to back out of his thing. General Haynes put him back into it. Now, let me move on here to the last slide, and we will see Caroline Cox. The high priestess of the Pentecostal faith in America is a British baroness who is conducting satanic warfare against the African people in person. And she is called a saint in the August issue of Charisma magazine, which is put out by the central, you can call it the Politburo of the Pentecostal faith. Now you're going to see now finally a video in which, hold on a second, in which Pat Robertson is going to justify the murder of 1 million human beings in Sudan by the war that was brought there by the British. And I want you to pay close attention to, you'll see an interchange here. This is religion now, remember, supposedly, right? You'll see an interchange, and then pay close attention to the end comments by Pat Robertson. Okay, put it on.
On these regimes that are so oppressive. Well, joining us now from our Washington bureau is the Baroness Caroline Cox. Lady Cox is the Deputy Speaker of the British House of Lords and the UK President of Christian Solidarity International. She made 3 trips to prohibited areas in the southern Sudan this year. And Lady Cox, may I ask you, what did you find on those 3 trips to southern Sudan?
Well, good morning. We found one of the worst tragedies in the world today. The fundamentalist Islamic regime is carrying out a jihad, or a holy war as they call it, against the Africans of the south, many of whom are Christians, but also persecuting some of its own Muslim minorities in the north who dare to oppose it. And that tragedy is unimaginable proportions. Recent years, 1.5 million died, over 5 million displaced, and we believe tens of thousands of black Africans enslaved.
What are your thoughts on this peace agreement signed by the government and 4 of the rebel groups?
That's a propaganda issue. The so-called rebel groups who've signed that peace agreement have already been supporting that government. The real battle is between the fundamentalist regime, which is trying to impose its jihad against the African Christians and others in the country who oppose it, and those who are fighting for freedom and fighting to stop the spread of fundamentalist Islam throughout Sudan and further afield.
Should the free nations of the world, the UK and the United States, begin to help the rebel group that is still fighting? What action should we take?
Well, first of all, as Christians, I must bring a message from the Christian church there in Sudan. Their overriding plea is they feel they are forgotten by the international community, forgotten by international Christendom. When they're with them, they're dying of starvation, have no food, dying of disease, have no medicines because the government describes their areas as no-go areas to aid organizations. Their first request is always for prayer. They feel forgotten by Christendom, but they also need political support. And what the international community must be doing is putting pressure on that regime in Khartoum to open up all of Sudan to humanitarian aid, open up Sudan to human rights monitors, so that they can investigate the slavery which we know is going on, that they can investigate the peoples who are suffering at the hands of a brutal regime.
What is your feeling about the success of such an initiative if we do put pressure on them? Do you think we can succeed as the international community against Sudan?
Well, we've got to speak for truth and justice as Christians, and we can have an effect. But the effect must be focused. Those who are Christians do plead with us for help to enable them to survive against the attempts to exterminate them.
Lady Cox, thank you for your courage in this, and we wish you our prayers and best wishes in the work that you're doing to bring the attention of these forgotten people to the world community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Terry?
Well, it's wonderful to see something happening in that arena.
We've got to do something, and somebody who is a key member of the British House of Lords can make something happen. We need members of the United States Congress doing the same thing. This is a very serious matter, and I know that if it's brought, spotlights put on it.
Yes.
Sudan is not all that powerful. They're I think you can say a rogue regime. I don't think they're exactly in favor with Egypt. I don't know who right now is supporting him, whether it's Muammar Gaddafi that may be sending some weapons to them. I was in Khartoum some time ago with George Bush when he was vice president. In that time, although they had just introduced what is called Sharia, it wasn't as extreme as this current military regime. The president was more or less benign, but there was a coup against him shortly after we were there, and so we've had successive dictatorial regimes, and it wouldn't be that hard for the international community to put pressure on Sudan. They owe a huge amount of money, and I think if there was an embargo, blockade, and if need be military force, I think they would come to heel very quickly.
They owe a lot of money, and if there was an embargo or military force if necessary, they could be brought to heel like dogs. Barking dogs is what Americans are being reduced to. You can find out about these churches where they are now taking this to the point where people literally bark like dogs and make other animal noises. One of them was a wolf. The congressman from this area who went up there to that church in Toronto, part of this little group, they have an airport facility in the Toronto airport where they bark like dogs under the name of Pentecostalism. Wolf, our congressman, went up there to pray, supposedly, to bark. Or like worms. Now, the central group that's running this initiative has set up one of their forefront operations, is called the Promise Keepers. They're going to have a march, or they hope for a million-man march Hughes from New Jersey said that it might better be called A Million Worms Squirm. Because they say part of their training is called worm training. One of their cult guides named Wellington Boone explained this in Charisma magazine. People have not yet learned how to become broken. We are called to be worms. A worm never protests. Can you say for Christ, I am a worm and am no man? Jesus was crushed like a worm. He was slapped. They spat in his face until it ran down his cheeks. God doesn't raise anything that is not dead. If we allow God to work into us the idea of worm training, it would be revolutionary. We'd gain a worm's eye view of what God wants. When we really meet Jesus and allow ourselves to be crushed, the impact will rock this world. Our revolution against the British Empire, our Declaration of Independence, have been the greatest inspiration of courage to men everywhere. In 1861, America was sliding towards civil war. Taking office as president, Abraham Lincoln asked Americans to be moved by the better angels of our nature to save the Union. The Union victory, the completion of our Constitution with civil rights, and Lincoln's nationalist economic leadership gave this country and the entire world a miraculous leap in inventiveness, power over nature, and optimism. We now ask our fellow men to hark to those better angels of Lincoln and to bury the evil spirits that have brought such devastation to our planet.
I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. Name's Marty Rowland from the New Orleans chapter, Schiller Institute, the group that helped defeat the goofball Woody Jenkins for Senate. But one of the thing I wanted to bring up is about the Lynn's article about Michael Novak, and you know, there's a way of reading the material to where I know it as a person reading this, but there's, I think, a higher cardinality that I need to read this in order to organize around it, and particularly about the quote on about what Christians believe, and specifically, it seems like it's a tautology in the sense that we define God in terms of Christian principles, but then there's a sentence here that says, "For reasons I shall supply, Christianity knows, as a matter of reason, not a mere opinion, that God is a Christian." And so here I am in New Orleans with Nation of Islam, with Jewish groups, and this wide variety of people who call themselves Christians, is that the pedagogy that I would use being confronted, you know, given this somebody to read, and they say, "What do you mean that God's a Christian?" So I guess what I want Lynn to describe is that method that I would use, or what is it that it's not a tautology?
Okay, gotcha. Well, first of all, God is also an ecumenicist. You see, the nature of Christianity, the nature of Christ, is to free man from a lot of things that were very bad. First of all, the Israelites had a bad belief. It was racist. The belief that any group of people has a covenant with God separate from the rest of the human race is wrong. It's immoral. It has nothing to do with God. And one suspects that that particular aspect of the writings may have been inserted in the 7th century BC in Babylon, when leading writers of Israel were taken to Babylon as captives and were told to rewrite the Mosaic texts. And you'll find, for example, an example of this is in the book of Genesis, one of the most flagrant ones. You have two completely different creation stories in the book of Genesis. One is in chapter 1:26 to 28, on man. Man and woman were created in the image of God, were made in the image of God, and with a quality to exert dominion over the universe. Then you come along and you find another version of creation. God created Adam out of mud, not out of godly material, and he gave Adam a ribbing, which is the first marriage. And then Adam raised Cain until he was no longer able. Now, since it is a known point, I came across this question in a clear way, this specific question on Genesis, back in the 1950s, after I had completed these discoveries in economic science and related matters. I picked myself and said, okay, how do I extend what I know about economy in terms of principles of human behavior into pre-modern times? So I said, well, okay, we have, in the Middle East, we have all these cuneiform clay tablets which have been unearthed. And I knew something of what these clay tablets represented, both from the Sumerian version and so forth, and knew how they had to be read. So I set myself a project. I would get this information from clay tablets, and I would be able to construct a model of how these economies had worked based on these statistics which are in these clay tablets, which had been preserved because they were clay, whereas there had been on skins, there had been parchment records, but the parchment doesn't last like clay does, and therefore all the parchment records which are kept by the other people of the region, especially the Semitic population, were destroyed. And the only reason we had later, because on the Assyrian Empire, they revived the clay tablet, the cuneiform tablet, for religious reasons, or for religious cult reasons. And therefore, long after parchment had been well established from the Phoenicians on throughout the region, or actually the Canaanites, which was their real name at the time, that the Assyrians went back to the clay tablets, and therefore we had a whole new version of clay tablets of later vintage from the Syrian area, which also were copies, in a sense, putative copies of the histories and so forth of Sumerians and other words, which a lot of our knowledge about the early Babylonian, Akkadian cultures are based on these secondary copies of these clay tablets. And we ran into, of course, then the accounting tablets, which we got from some areas, later dug out in the 1940s, 1950s, from the areas involving the ancient Hittite Empire, or the Hittite Kingdom. And we had a lot of records from that area of these, which were actually bills of exchange, with a two-part clay bill of exchange. You had, inside you'd have the contract, on the outside you would have the envelope, which is baked around it. And if you broke the envelope, you were committed to the contract. So these guys, you had this simple clay tablet bill of exchange was put in, which gave a lot of insight. So I began getting deeply involved in this material, and found out that a lot of the stuff that was in the Old Testament had nothing to do with the Hebrews, but was something that was stuck in there from these heathens, these terrible heathens, these Babylonians. Then I found out that this had all happened in the 7th century, when the Israeli captives had been forced to rewrite the religion. And what we have as a large part of the Old Testament are materials which are actually written into various books, and there are two primary versions of the Old Testament. You know, the one's the Egyptian Talmud, the other is the Babylonian Talmud, and they conflict in lots of ways. They're different stories. And you have the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is actually a Gnostic cult, which was not either anything at that time. It wasn't Christian, it wasn't Israeli, it was in Hebrew. But it collected all these writings and put them in copper plates and so forth. And they won't release them because it would expose a certain number of frauds on this Babylonian Talmud business. So therefore it was obvious to me that you had certain parts of the Old Testament which are completely inconsistent with each other, absolutely contradictory, like these two creation stories, the creation of man. But there were some things you could verify, and there were some things you knew were wrong, which should never have been published. They should have been cleaned out. They should have been recognized long ago because they're not consistent with theology as we understand it. So that convinced me more than anything else that in dealing with these biblical stories, you have to know what you're doing. You have to know of your own knowledge that it's true. And you don't know, you weren't there, you didn't see it happen. You know that many of the accounts are false. Therefore, you cannot believe it on the authority of its being the Bible. But you have to know of your own knowledge that it's true. Now, in the case of the New Testament, there's not much of a problem there, unless you're an illiterate. Because we know the entire culture of the period of the New Testament was Greek culture. And therefore, if you understand the Greek mind and the mind of the Hellenistic period, then you know what the state of mind is from which communications are being made in that period. We also have a very good record on the New Testament in terms historically. It came in a historic period. The personality of Christ and the Christians and that in the first half century are very well documented. So this is not something you have to simply believe, well, some guy existed, but the Roman records don't show any he existed or anything like that, Jesus Christ and the Christians existed. No, this is well known. For example, the Apostle John lived into the 90s, and he was the leader of Christianity until the time he died. That's a century. Paul was executed, Peter were executed, but the circumstances, the places, their associations are well known. So these documents are understandable. The New Testament you can rely upon. The Old Testament you cannot rely upon. There are too many of this, for example, lots of the book of Daniel, for example, comes from Babylonian origins, does not come from any what would be putatively legitimate origins. Some of it's false, known to be false historically. But you can rely upon Christianity. You can rely on certain parts of the Old Testament. For example, Genesis 1 is absolutely consistent, not in terms of the dates, because they tampered with the creation dates, in a sense, in these things. You had this famous case of Archbishop Usher, who tried to prove that God was standing in Mesopotamia when he created the universe. Well, that's literally what the implication of the original story is, on which some of these things are based. So the question is, what do you know? Not what do you choose to believe, or what spoken authority, or what written authority, or what teaching instructed you to believe something. What do you know? Believe nothing you don't know. And as Plato said in dealing with Socrates, know yourself. That is, know how you know. And that's the meaning of what I said. The core meaning is I know God as a Christian, because I know the beliefs which we associate with the New Testament correspond to what I know. Not on the basis of some standing up at church and confessing their sins and saying, I want to give testimony. But I know, as a matter of scientific fact, that this is true. Other people may not. But I also know the nature of creation. And I also know that Christianity is concerned to save all people, that all people are considered our responsibility. And Christianity extends its grace to all people. And therefore, in dealing with people who have a different religious persuasion, especially monotheists, what you must do is don't try to resolve the differences in doctrine. Concentrate on those principles in which there should be agreement. And these are principles concerning, for example, Genesis 1:26-28. Man and woman are made in the image of God to exert dominion in the universe. And that man must be so treated. All men, all women must be so treated. And that's Christian doctrine. That did not exist until Christianity. The Hebrews were racist. The whole doctrine was racist. Maybe Moses wasn't. But what is transmitted as the Hebrew doctrine and the practice of Israel in ancient times was racist, in a time when racism prevailed throughout the earth. The first time the conception of a universality of man, of every individual, under the protection of God was Christianity. That's the origin of it. And every human being has that quality of made in the image of God. They're all born that way. And therefore, God is a Christian, because we believe that all men and women are each born with that divine quality which makes us all of one race, set apart from all other species to exert dominion in this universe. And that's what it means to be a Christian. That's the essential meaning. What do you think about man? What's your image of God? Well, that's a deeper question, which I also wrote about to some degree in that as in other locations, on this question of simultaneity of eternity, which is another very important principle in this, which is not original to me. This was actually standard Platonic theology among Christian fathers such as Augustine in ancient times. But that's another aspect of it. But essentially, in the essential question, are all men and women made in the image of God? Is racism contrary to God? Racism among human beings. Is that contrary to God? If you're a racist, can you be a Christian? No. You've rejected God. You cannot be a racist. If someone is of a different religion, religious belief, can you reject them? You cannot reject them. Do you agree with everything they say? No. Do you agree with everything they say about religion? No. But as you, in your action toward that person, must be the action of a Christian. And you must treat them as in the image of God, no matter what your disagreements are. Huh?